A huge thank you to our SRA sponsors and title sponsors for supporting us here at SRA, as well as support from Documise, a modern business solution for product management. Go to documise.com to learn more today. And support from Retro Saga, a North American-based gaming company that provides accessories for your favourite classic systems, including Nintendo, Sega, PlayStation, and much more. Enhance your retro gaming experience today at retrosaga.ca. And a big thank you to our affiliates, Track Racer. Experience redefined gaming with Track Racer's high-quality sim rigs and accessories. Use code SRATE at checkout to support us. Armamentario, a toolbox for ACC that will enhance your chance to win. Enjoy a fully customizable and enhanced HUD to change the way you experience ACC. AT3D Sim Shop. Upgrade your sim racing experience today with premium 3D printed accessories featuring precision crafted magnetic shifters, sleek cable management solutions, versatile stream deck mounts, and immersive dashboard displays. Their innovative designs enhance performance and style, elevate every lap with top-tier quality and craftsmanship at at3d.net. Go Setups, premium esports setups for everybody. Use our affiliate link on our Discord and take your drive to the next level. Castle and Cauldron, a home-based crafting business specialising in handmade Harry Potter, Fantastic Beasts and Fairy World collectibles. Magic wands, potions, mini dioramas, wall decor, costumery, cosplay, and much more. Castle and Cauldron is where crafting meets the magical. Visit facebook.com/Castle Cauldron. And from KP Concepts, your source for custom automotive renderings, graphic design, and printing. We spend countless hours making you look all good for the spectacle. Check out kpconcepts.com for more.
Good evening, SRA Nation, and welcome to the Indianapolis Endurance event. I'm Alexa Marshall, and we're going solo for the majority of this. You join us with 3 hours, 18 seconds remaining. It is 3:46 PM in-game time, 37 degree track temperature, 30 degree ambient, 1 kilometre an hour wind, and it is overcast. There may be rain on the forecast, but we will have to wait and see. But let's get ready to rumble, shall we? Odyssey, Unicorn Gunner, and Guy Man Person in the chat. I'm guessing that's Guy Man Person because it says Man Guy People. So that is what I am guessing. If you are in the chat, let us know. Let us know who you are supporting here this evening in the Sim Racing Alliance. And your current order goes like this. It is currently led by Jeff Spangler, 97 laps into this race. It's followed by Nixon and Flamgett around out the current podium. It's an Ilpo Lutzalainen, followed by Movo and Raza. Dromo rounds out P number 7, Wilson P number 8, Boardman P number 9, and Cincado in P number 10. 5-second penalty for Cincado, as well as a 20-second for Colton and 10 seconds for Rossi. So it's an interesting one when it does come down to it. We'll have to wait and see how everything will go ahead this evening. As of course, I'm solo. For the time being, more people may hop in. We may get some interviews going. But of course, it's endurance racing. We know what happens here as we head down into the braking zone of turn number 8 here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's the Brickyard, and it is 15 corners. Turn number 1 being a 90-degree right-hander into the left sweeper of turn number 2. Perfect medium speed corner of turn number 3, then down into heavy braking, into braking zone of turn number 4. Try not to lose the throttle too much. Through turn number 5, then into the loop of turn number 6, which is no longer used because of the chicane that IndyCar and NASCAR use, etc., etc. Into turn number 7, you don't want to go too wide, as you could possibly hit the grass and send it round for a spinala. Onto the back stretch, and then down into turn number 8, I should say, into the heavy braking left-hander, 90 degree, into the S's of 8, of 9 and 10, into the braking of 11, onto the onto what is infamous is Indianapolis, but you're going the backwards and you're going onto the loop only for about 200 meters. You are actually on the IndyCar circuit though before you're braking for turn number 13, 90-degree right-hander, which car number 54 is currently going through. Into the left-hander of turn number 14, which you don't want to get on the throttle too early, and then through the right-hander as Ilpo Lutzalainen is going to be making his way past the car right there. That is a lovely move, which you can see, and it is hard to tell sometimes because of how everything and anything may work out, but it is definitely a lapped car, and that is a beautiful looking Aston Martin in the cognizant livery. So we shall wait and see. But okay. And we are going to continue going here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So it is further and further down into the braking zone as we look over the rear wing of Emile Rossi, and that is going to be a dive down the inside by the Merc. That is not the Bentley, so that is not an overtake for position, but that's what you find in endurance races. Every chance where you get an endurance race, it's going to be lap after lap. More people will have a bit more, as there is a slight bit of contact there. The Porsche will go off on the left hand side. That is unfortunate for Rossi with 3 hours 15 minutes 20 seconds remaining here on the clock at Indianapolis. With that, we'll be ending about 7 p.m. in game time, whereas over here in Britain, probably about 4 a.m. in the probably just past 4 a.m. in the morning, so usual SRA finish time. Whatever time it is for you, let us know. Let us know where you're watching from. And we would love to know more about you and how you found us here at the Sim Racing Alliance. Of course, Sim Racing Alliance does not only offer endurance racing. You've got the Team Series for GT3 on a Tuesday and Wednesday night. That's at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 2 a.m. British time, and we do continue going down. We've also got Multi-Class Mayhem on a Friday happening at exactly the same time. The only one which is a bit different can be the endurance racing, as due to it being a longer event, it tends to start a little bit earlier. Heading down and through the S's right now, though, that is going to be, I believe, that is going to be Sinico, and this is actually a battle for position. He's up against Boardman as they head out of the corner and into the loop, into the oval, loop, whatever people may call it, but then down into the 200-meter stretch where you are on the actual Indy loop, where you actually are on the Indianapolis oval circuit, as the McLaren is going to look for the move down the inside. That's going to be Marcel Sindacor, and then into the right-hander of turn number 15. This is where the straight line speed is going to come into play. Which one of these two cars is going to have a major advantage? You've got the white Porsche versus the pink McLaren, heading down further and further, all the way down to turn number 1, as the slipstream will be there for the Macca, heading a little bit closer, as the Austrian, I believe that's the Austrian flag, yes it is, because the darker red is the Latvian flag, and then into our turn number 1, into turn number 2, quickly into turn number 3, as you head into the long right-hander. McLaren will look for the inside line, but Porsche on the outside. That'll give him the better line going into turn number 4. Marbles you can see on the outside there as you head through turn number 4, quickly into turn number 5. As Fire Queso right now is going to be looking to defend from a Merc, but it does not seem like it's going to work out. Hopefully the camera people here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway will take us to that stupendous battle that we saw as we do continue looking from the Helicam. The Helicam always providing the best parts of action, as that is the Irishman of Coadrome. We're getting some very important screen time, which unfortunately some drivers may not get this evening. However, the producers may try their best to get it in, as Sindacor, hopefully I am pronouncing that name right, is going to continue going around this circuit, and he does have a 5-second time penalty as we do continue going around this circuit, and it is closer and closer down into the left-hander, into the final few corners, out of 14 and into 15, onto the main straight we will go, and closer and closer every single second of every single lap, but seemingly the Porsche getting a mega launch out of that final corner, and that's going to bring him all the way to the top. Well, okie dokie. Welcome to the commentary box, Anton Rushevic. I am so sorry, I can never get your name right.
It's close every now and then. It's Rushevic.
Rushovich.
Yeah, I think a few seasons you got it right. Last season in D1. I was super happy.
I get the first half right.
Yeah,
So,
that's the part that matters anyway, you know? As long as people know phonetically who you're talking about, right?
yeah, exactly. So, Anton, talk us through it. I am guessing you are in there, and talk us through it. If you are racing out there tonight, or you're just joining me, I do not mind either. What's it been like out there?
Well, first lap was actually just first lap on the sim today. Started P4 and I put it in the grass at turn 3. But I overall had a mega first stint. I think lost maybe 10 positions at the start and then clawed it all the way back, especially with the slight rain spell that we had. Brought it all the way back to P4. So currently we have Amos in the car, Amos Melvo, car number 18, and we're cooking a little bit of a strategy here. Right now, we're just throwing our teammate Arct under the bus for next stint, telling him to go on the U set so I can try to bring the car back up to podium position in the last 2 hours. But it's gonna be a long race. Still a long way to go, just a little under halfway. So hoping for some luck maybe to come our way, but you know, strategy is a important one here.
Yeah, and of course the team series is already done, but endurance is a totally different thing. You were talking about strategy. With the tyres, how are they dealing with that out there? Because, of course, the stints that you're going to be doing as well, what's the strategy there? Are you taking tyres always, or are you limiting them for quite a bit, so somebody's having to run, say, 2 stints on 1 set of tyres?
Yeah, so in the endurance series we have 5 sets obviously. So in a 6-hour race we have to pit 6 times or at least, because the stint timer is 1 hour and 5 minutes. So there has to be at least 1 stint where we have to take used tires. Unfortunately, in this case, we're just thinking to do it when I don't want to say the slower drivers of each team are out, just like I guess drivers that, let's say, aren't as quick as their teammates. But the idea is to, you know, I guess take a little bit of a hit, a small sacrifice for the greater good of the race during the middle, so that we can just go full push mode in the last 2 hours.
Yeah, and we've got an hour and 9 minutes left before we get into that. Those 2 hours, are you saying that they're going to be the most vital? Because some people may make an argument about the first hour and the final hour, but from what I'm hearing, those final 2 hours is going to be your big push time.
I think at least for us, it'll be definitely our big push time. The first hour as well was really, really key, especially with the rain that we had. I felt that I was really quick in that first hour. So given how I came back up through the field, but I guess we'll see. It really depends on the other cars around us, what they're doing. So hoping for the best. Just keeping our nose clean, making sure we're on track, not losing much time.
Yeah, and you were talking about the cars around you. I forgot to ask this before because I always do it. Please state your name, the current position your team is in, and the team you are driving for.
Sure. So we, myself, Anton Rushovich, Amos Movo, and Arct are car number 18, currently P5, all part of a team of AAA Motorsport, given our 3 names, all starting with the letter A. So we are repping the AAA battery team, I suppose, in the Aston Martin.
Does it have a Duracell battery on it?
I didn't go that far. I just threw on like a pretty standard livery representing the AMR 21 in Formula 1. So it would be nice if we had a battery on it, but it would be funny.
You're the Cognizant car. Okay, yeah. that makes a lot more sense. Because honestly, that is a sick livery, I must say. If you're watching in Twitch chat and you see any liveries you like, feel free to let us know what your favourite liveries are. And Anton, we've just seen a move for P number 9. 5-second penalty. Speaking of penalties, luckily enough, the time I've been watching, so the past 10 minutes, your team hasn't picked up any penalties, but what's it like out there? Because like turn number 7, the S's, what's it like with track limits out there? Is there what do you think the risks are with getting a penalty around here if you do pick up any?
I mean, at least with track limits, I know it can really affect the mental, just, your mental throughout a race. Say you just get one warning, it's just going to snowball over and over again, at least from my experience. Fortunately, we haven't picked up any warnings so far. We've been relatively clean through the S's. I think that's the most common place to pick up a penalty, especially I think it's turn 10. Like I said, don't know what the picture is for the other drivers, but there's only been, I think, 0 drive-throughs so far, apart from just regular penalties being handed out for separate incidents, and of course Kunos-related issues such as stop-go third just being through pit lane. So I think everyone's keeping their nose clean through these corners. Very well managed so far by everyone. It's going to be tough to force mistakes out of everybody.
I mean, we've just seen one from the Porsche going off in the grass. Of course, we saw it in the Team Series as well. I mentioned it before, turn number 7. Personally, for you, I think you've already hinted at this with the S's, but what do you think is going to be the most tricky part of this circuit, especially if it does end up coming to lap traffic?
I think it's one of those heavy braking zone corners, like turn 12 especially. It's already a tricky braking zone, especially on full fuel. So if there's a car in front of you, you think you're much faster than them, especially given they're a blue flag. So they obviously have the room to abide by the rules, where if they get within the 1 second, they have a whole lap to be able to give that position up. So it really depends on the two parties who are, I guess, going through that. Just make sure that everything goes by cleanly. No shenanigans, as we like to say. But turn 12, I think, is one of those two corners that's just super difficult to manage with blue flags.
Most definitely. And you're saying it's tricky with turn number 12 blue flags. Where do you think the best overtaking opportunity for the lappers are around this circuit? Because I know a lot of people will probably say, and it may be highly agreed upon, the exit of 14 through to turn number 1.
Yeah, I mean, wherever there's a straight, really. It's just the easiest place to give up a spot. You don't lose too much time if you're being lapped. You could just pull over to the side, lift very, very slightly, and still, get away without getting penalized or impeding the car who's lapping you. So ideally between turn 14 and turn 1, like you mentioned, and I believe it is turn 6 through turn 7, or maybe the corners after. But anywhere where there's a straight. Not many of them here at Indianapolis. We're not running the oval layout, so we're not really going full throttle as much as we would there. But turn 1 and turn 7 is probably the best opportunity.
Yeah, most definitely. And to be honest, I am all out of questions, as we actually now do get a beautiful look at that Cognizant livery of, well, we're looking at the rear wing of it. We get a beautiful view of that livery. If our producers in the background will allow us to look at it, which we do, that is a very lovely livery. And like I said earlier, anybody in the Twitch chat, feel free to let us know what your favourite liveries are this evening, or even in the Team Series or across the entire season. If you are looking to see some more, which may not be racing tonight, feel free to go back over on the YouTube, or currently still available on the Twitch. You can watch the livery and schedule reveal stream to know about all the action that is coming your way. Anton, I shall let you go, but before you do, is there anybody you would like to give a shout out to?
Just want to shout out my team. Thank you for racing with me in this final race of the Endurance Series. Really looking forward to continuing into maybe the second Endurance Series, which will be starting soon. Hoping for some good experiences later on, and let's just close out this race very smoothly. Hoping for top 5, like I mentioned earlier. And yeah, thank you for having me, Alexa. Really appreciate it.
No worries. I shall let you go back to your team, and good luck in the rest of the endurance race.
Cheers, thank you.
So as we do continue going on here, we saw a few incidents during that interview. Some Porsches colliding through those sections, especially that 14 incident. We're getting some very lovely liveries out here as out here tonight as well, with that very much American flag livery, as that is a lapped car letting a Aston Martin pass. That is actually Anton's team, as they do go down the main straight, moving out of the way, and they do not want to get caught up in those incidents. It's an Aston Martin. Let him past an Aston Martin in a Aston Martin 2021 livery. I just said Aston Martin a lot. As we do continue going on here, 107 laps in, the number 9 Macalees, followed by the 37 Lamborghini, the 224 Aston Martin. A nice mix of cars out on the circuit with 3 hours, 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining. 4:03 p.m. in-game time. It is 36-degree track temperature, optimum track surface, 30-degree ambient, and overcast weather. The wind has picked up by 1 kilometer an hour, so not very fast, but still faster than some people may like, as we do see the Trackalicious team of Ali Raza down into turn number 8, as we do currently stand, into the left-hander, into the right-hander, and into the left again. He's got a Ferrari just behind him, as Kowajomo is the next driver to overtake him. However, the gap right there seeming to be quite a decent gap away, a 30.6 second gap between those drivers. Current penalties out on the circuit right now is a 5-second penalty for the car currently sat in P number 9, and a 20-second penalty for Colton in P number 15. Heading through the final corner and onto the main straight, Ali Raza will go in the BMW as we do see Jordan Nixon for Tire Sim Racing Esports moving out, a car moving out the way. He wasn't moving out the way, he was lapping the car behind him moving out the way, the BMW, as you can see in the rear view camera at the top of your screen, into the right hander one more time, and onto the actual Indianapolis outer loop, where the Indy 500 is of course infamous for that little stretch between turn number 1 and turn number 2 at these large ovals. I just call them large ovals, but I do believe they're actually classed as mega ovals. If somebody would like to correct me on that, please feel free to, as we do continue going on one more time onto the back stretch with this very nice looking livery coming down towards turn number 7, as we do see the Ferrari continuing on behind them. Very beautiful livery, as we do get a visual on a BMW. Was there an incident here, or was it turn 7 beginning to snap again? Possibly a lapped car moves to the right hand side. Lamborghini moves, blue flags are there, moves to the right hand side, but he knows he's got to let him through, moves to the left, and through goes the Lamborghini. So continuing on throughout the rest of this circuit, of course, it's the Brickyard, it's Indianapolis for this final round of the Endurance Series, through the left, through the right, and you continue on straight again. Here in this Sunday evening for the Americas, words work please, sorry it's late, as it is a Saturday evening for America. It is a Sunday morning for us here in Europe, and it will be daytime for those over in Asia and Oceania. If you are watching from anywhere around the world, feel free to let us know. We would like to know who you are supporting and where you are supporting them from, as we see the Irishman of Kowadromo heading down the main straight, or that might be Ivory Coast. I am so sorry, I always get those two mixed up, as we get this beautiful helmet cam heading down the main straight into the braking zone one more time. I do believe it's the Irish flag, my brain is not working. As we do continue going here into turn number 1, into turn number 2, you can see the way that the car moves with the driver with this helmet cam, and it's absolutely stupendous how we get to see this in ACC. Heading through the right hander one more time, through 4 into 5 into the loop of 6, which is a longer slowly tightening left-hander. You can see the change in here in second gear. Maybe you drop it into third as you head through turn number 7 onto the exit. Try not to touch the grass too much, which he does go wide. Keeps it going though, does Kowadromo. Up in the 4th. Continues going up in the 5th, into 6th possibly, but only into 5th as we head into the braking zone of turn number 8. And then one more time through the S's of 9 and 10. Just under 1 minute lap time, just as you head into this final part of the circuit. Then as we look over the rear wing of Jack Deluge of Sim Racing Alliance GT, as that is a beautiful camera shot, not so much beautiful where the track positions are concerned. Currently sat down in P number 20 is the 420 Porsche, as it does seem like the Porsches are having a hit and miss day out on the circuit. P number 22, 20, 19 and 18 for the further back Porsches, but you still got Boardman in P number 10 and Coadromo in P number 6, both driving the 918 Porsche and the number 1 Porsche. Through the right-hander, now on the back of P number 5, which is Raza. Heading into the right-hander one more time as you head into turn number 11. Exits into turn number 12. Longer right-hander into the braking zone for turn number 13. It will be as you head into 200 metres of the outer circuit. Like we say all the time, into the braking zone, into the right-hander, and into the left one more time. Now, realistically, it really depends on the driver's style as well, as each driver will continue going around this lap. But you've also got to wonder about the car setups, as certain drivers will have different driving styles, and because of that, you may end up with a setup that isn't to your liking. So teams will have to think about it and have to wonder about those compromises. Can there be adjustments made to the overall setup? Say one driver likes the car a little bit front end snappy like Max Verstappen. Say another likes it steady in the rear like the rest of the F1 grid. Can you find that compromise where the middle of the car is where it feels? That way, it's a close middle ground for the entirety of the team, and that can definitely help you out in a longer race like this. You've also got to think about it. In the brain as well. How long can each driver go for? The endurance for each driver may be different. That's why it's called an endurance race, ladies and gentlemen. And then continuing down into turn number 8 as well. It's a heavy braking zone. You've also got to think about, especially when lap traffic. We had Anton talk about it before. You've got to wonder about the lap traffic. What are they going to do? Are they going to make their intentions clear? Are they going to move out your way, or are you going to have to make that overtake yourself? Then it comes down to the driver's style. Are they going to be a little bit more aggressive, as I should say P number 9, no idea why I was saying Raza before, is now arced in the car. Believe they have made a pit stop, if I am not mistaken. That is a mistake on my end before. The AAA Motorsport, as we head down the inside of the car. Lovely jubbly, sound as a pound. Heading through the right-hander and onto the main straight, not so much sound as a pound nowadays. Heading onto the main straight one more time with that massive tower you see on the right-hand side with that beautiful camera shot. Heading down the main straight, and we do continue here at Indianapolis. I'm Alexa Marshall, and we will be continuing going. Looking in the Twitch chat now, as I'm going to see who is here. Looking in the Twitch chat, we see Cerberus as well as Jay Quizzle, aka Jay Queasy, your D6 commentator for this season. Ollie Rags as well as Jumpy Whale and Skino. So we do wait and see. Thank you all for joining us here this evening at the Sim Racing Alliance in this beautiful endurance race to round out this week. Of course, you've got the Team Series coming up on Tuesday and Wednesday night with round 2 for the American double header in the night at COTA, but the focus is here at Indy. We had the season opener here, and we will continue it again. We have got the Indy love out. Not that everybody likes it, but each to their own. Each driver does like certain types of tracks, and we are not one to judge. Even if some of us do get a bit bantery about it. We'll wait and see, really, as Raza is going to go down for turn number 8, looking behind. Still got that Ferrari behind him. The Porsche out there as well. Coadromo into the pit lane, as well as Wilson, as 5-second penalty for Sindacor. Probably will be served when they come in for their pit stop. Nixon is also now into the pit lane, as well as Thompson. We may see if we can get Thompson in for an interview if they do end up coming out of it, jumping out the car, as it would be good to see what it is like further down the field. We of course had Anton in the box before. They were higher up in the grid order, so getting some perspective from lower down in the grid may be good. Thompson in the number 35 at Lexus, currently sitting P number 18 after the pit stop. Once they pass through the timing board, we will see if they have stuck in that car, if somebody else has taken over. And we also see Crown in P number 11. They've come into the pit lane. And that is Michael, who has gone into the stop markers in the at the end of the main straight. And that is extremely unlucky. But right now, you've got, through the timing zones, you've got Dubbock in P number 19. They were pretty close to Thompson, it seems, on the timing board. P number 19 and 18 possibly getting into a battle while we can really look down, and the last car out on track, the P number 22 car of 81 by Donovan is now into the car for Half-Zone Racing. P number 21, as it does currently stand out on the circuit, currently looking at the laps as well. It is Jeff Spangler leading, and Van getting 16.2, a lap behind. We'll have to wait and see how that will update. P number 6 is then 2 laps behind, with the next driver being about 3 laps behind of Thompson, and then 4 laps behind for P number 20, and then we'll have to wait and see where Donovan is for how many laps he is behind, with P number 22 being 10 laps behind, currently 5 laps behind now riding on board with Eric Morgan actually for On the Grass Racing. On the Grass Racing may also be known as Rally Race, also may be known as rallying, which honestly, personally, each to their own. If you do prefer certain types of racing like rally, Formula 1, the BTCC, or like you're seeing tonight, GT3 action, let us know. We would love to know what your ideas are. As somebody in Twitch chat, Jumpy Whale, saying tracky BMW, not in podium, can only mean the BMW suffers. That may be true, but we're not going to jump to conclusions. There is still 2 hours 50 minutes remaining here in this endurance race. So, like we said before, anything can happen in the endurance race. Thompson actually into the pit lane has not jumped out of the car. So they are continuing to go here around this Indianapolis circuit. And it's an interesting one really, because the drivers, they're spread out on the grid. So, like we're seeing here, these aren't battles for position. These are just getting past each other. You've got to hope that you don't collide either though, because if you do end up colliding, that can be an issue. Dubbock has got past Thompson, as that is Valentin Dubbock for Soaring Racing team. That team is Soaring, if I agree. As I have no idea what that flag is. Huh. Oh no! I learn something new every day, chat. That is the flag of Oman. I should know flags, jeez. As nice. Yep, I heard that. As we do continue going here, I had no idea if Twitch could hear him, but that was the wonderful Jay Queasy, your producer, in the background this evening. Does Thompson have damage? I don't know if that's delivery. No, it's just delivery. I thought that hood was a little bit bumped up into the air for a second, but no, looks like it's perfectly fine. As we do continue one more time around this Indianapolis Motor Speedway circuit. God, honestly, some of the deliveries that you see tonight are just wonderful. I just wonder that. As that was terrible German pronunciation. As continuing to go, as we go further and further, lap after lap, we shall wait and see as into the pit lane will come Eric Ford, and most likely for a pit stop. Timothy Flamger is now calling his pit stop into the race as well, into the rafters. The fans will be happy about that, possibly giving him cheers as he pops out the car, unless he's going solo, which with Timothy Flamger, I would not be surprised, but I also know he's a teammate quite a bit, so we'll have to wait and see until the timing line, because ACC does things like that. ACC, I really wish would give us a live timing. Thank you very much. look into ACC Evo for that. As right now, continuing on as well, currently watching the Maverick of a name I am not going to try and pronounce because I know I will get cancelled on Twitter. But from Greece, that is a Slipstream Dreamers car. It's the Maverick, and he is going flying. Yeah, I'm not going to. I am not going to try and pronounce that. But Jeff Spangler leading this race with the proper beans on the front of the car behind, and we shall wait and see. He heads through the first sector of this circuit, and please bear with me a minute, chat, because I should have done this before, but I didn't. I am going to go and refill my beverage real quick. I shall be back in a couple of minutes. We are back. That was quicker than I thought it would be because I forgot I had a beverage in my room. I probably need this because it's early in the morning. ASMR incoming. As of course, if you are watching tonight or you're out on circuit, feel free to let us know what beverage or choice you do select when you are doing some sim racing, because some people have water, some people have energy drinks. Personally, Monster. But each to their own. As we continue going around this circuit one more time, currently watching Kim. No, we're watching Cockcroft. Kim has the fastest lap. And I saw purple and I'm like, that's the colour to watch now. Red is the colour that we are watching. With the good old Lexi. With the, I just said my own name doing that. Rexy livery. The wonderful Rexy livery, forever iconic in the sim racing world, especially endurance, with many, many circuits. I'm not going to call bias as there was a yellow flag and an RTG there momentarily in the loop around this infamous place, around this home of American motorsport. Some people made the argument, you know what, chat, I'm going to put this question to you. I'm gonna put this out to you guys. What circuit do you think is the home of American motorsport? Because there are some arguments for Europe and all that, but I never see many arguments about what is the home of American motorsport. So, what is your guys' opinion on this? Because personally, for me, some people say Watkins Glen, but personally, I say Indianapolis because Indy 500, NASCAR, Formula 1 when it raced here. So, personally for me, the home of American motorsport is Indianapolis. But I'll put that question out to you. I'll put that question out to all of you guys live here in the Twitch chat, or if you're watching on the VOD, you can let us know somehow by joining the Sim Racing Alliance Discord server. !Discord in the chat, and you can join us. Or, of course, you can go to simracingalliance.com to join us in the racing action. One more time, sign up. You can find all the statistics over there. And, of course, you can find links to our affiliates and sponsors. As we do continue going around this circuit, we love it. We know it. It's everybody's bread and butter. Not so much mine. So not everybody's, but some people's. As we see a Aston Martin, a Porsche, a Lexus, a Beamer. That is a beautiful camera shot. Personally, not one of my favourite circuits for racing, but personally one of my favourites when it comes down to the camera angles, especially that main straight through the loop, through 4 and 5, as there is blue flags currently being waved. Blue flags being waved. That is that's nice. And we continue going on. The SRA logo and the Alpha Simsport logo on the rear wing of this trusty Aston Martin being driven by Timothy Flanger, as Rudsalainen is back in the car. And further around this circuit, Ryan Yee leading for this race, as I do believe Jeff Spangler has actually hopped out the car, unless I am seeing things, which I do believe I am not. Yeah, so let's see if we can get Jeff in the commentary box, in the box for an interview, because I think we would all like to hear from the man whose team is currently leading, and the man who is infamous for when it comes down to endurance racing. I don't think I've done a single endurance race here where he hasn't been leading a lap. So we'll see if we can get Jeff in as we do continue going around this circuit. As we do. Oh, that is a car moving out the way. We do actually. Thank you very much, Coach Romo. 32 points. Coach Romo. 32 points on a streak subscribed to the Sim Racing Alliance. You are appreciated so much, good sir. As big punt, that is a big one as we saw that. Oh. We'll get a replay and you can see it coming down into the braking zone. Aston Martin moves across and it is. That is a big old punt sport, but we'll have to leave that to the stewards, as everybody will have their own personal opinion on that, but we'll leave it to the stewards, as I do believe someone will most definitely open up a ticket for that, but we shall wait and see, as Tyler Thompson was caught up in that, as Ali Raza we go over to. He's having a fun time over there in his Trackalicious car. But honestly, I was going to try and make a KFC joke, because Trackalicious sounds like the thing. I was going to try and make a food joke, because I don't know why, it just came to mind, but then it went poof. As Prime, 27 months in a row, we're getting all the subscriptions in, everybody knows it. Welcome, and we appreciate you here at the Sim Race Alliance, and we are on the road to a hype train. We're on the road to a hype train chat, so let's see if anything else will happen here this evening. But it's closer and closer with every single second, with every single lap. Have you got milk? We've got milk on the rear wing of the car, because it's asking if we've got milk, I'm guessing. And we do look over the back of Donovan, the 443 here in the evening. It is the Ford. It is the only Ford out on circuit. So there's a lot of Aston Martin, a lot of Porsches, and one Ferrari which now pulls into the pit, which is now coming out the pit lane and being driven by Flo. So this is the thing, I'm already seeing some support in the chat. Coach Romo saying go on number 1 Porsche that is being driven by Cockcroft right now around this circuit. 6P number 7 on the timing board, and Prime says I'm kiting. You and me both, sir. You and me both. Unless you've been in the car, which if you have, then I do not blame you, because endurance racing can be very, very tiring. And honestly, props to all the drivers currently out there on the circuit, given that they put in countless hours, and sometimes it may be over, but it is never over. And we do continue going into the first part of this circuit, into the first section of the infield here at Indianapolis. It's an interesting track. You can actually see I didn't realise that, you can see the chicane there on the left hand side as you head into turn number 5, as we head out turn number 6 now. It's an interesting circuit, it's a lovely circuit. Everybody loves this circuit. As we do have one more chance, one more opportunity to see a possible overtake, even if not full position. Mr. Sir in the 777, now in the number 20 car, as that is the Ferrari, which has got very, very unlucky, as P number 22. As we do have, as there is an update due to issues, the car which was P number 22, or higher actually, it may have updated, has retired. So we do have a retirement from this endurance race. There may have been more before we hopped in here, but that is extremely unfortunate. Retirements do happen at the end of the day, and Ryan Yee is not one of them. He's still going, as they are 123 laps. They are 123. They are 123 into this race. With the number 9, the McLaren, which is leading this race, as it is inching closer and closer between these drivers. Razza on the back of Arced. It is a Beamer versus a Aston Martin. They are getting very, very close. They are getting inches, millimeters, centimeters away. Onto the main straight we will go, and it is going to be the slipstream. He will move to the right hand side. He will look for an overtake down into turn number 1. Raz is going to be right there. Trackalicious looking for the absolutely delicious move down into turn number 1. They have on the brakes. They have the opportunity. They have the position. They are off into P number 5 for an on-track overtake, for an on-track position here at Indianapolis. That is what we love to see. As going as up. That is a overtake being done by a... Is that the 224? Does that car even have a number plate on it? Oh no, wait, I'm just... The early hours are getting to me, chat. That is Mr. Sir. He's the only driver out there in the Ferrari, and Mr. Sir is rapid. There is a reason Mr. Sir is a Division 1 driver. And I would not be surprised if that Ferrari now picks up the pace and ends up not 3 laps down. But then again, to do that, they'd have to get quite a lot of time. What's that team number 20? They'd have to get Donovan. Then Mr. Sir, next time you come down the main straight, if you're listening, flash your headlights. Next time you come down the main straight, Mr. Sir, if you're listening, flash your headlights. We shall watch you. We want to see you, sir. As Maverick may have a battle here, 1.6 1:07.79 currently shown on the lap time leaderboard by ACC. Race control maybe saying things differently as we continue going around this lovely circuit. I have a stark contrast to the other night when I was dissing Indianapolis. Indianapolis, I apologise for the dissing. I have grown to like you a little bit more. As we do see a overtake. Is that blue flag? Yeah, you can see him. You can see. Oh, I just realised that is quite literally a cow livery. No wonder the rear wing says got milk. Okay. This is what happens when there's so many white cars out on track, chat. I get very, very confused. As that is a carbon fibre backer. Mr. Sir does set a fastest lap. A 1 minute lap. My brain is not comprehending things tonight. Yet we're still here because we love sim racing. And one was marvelled there for Mr. Sir heading down the outside. He is a lap car, so realistically, he does have a number plate on it. Just blends in very well with the livery. As Mr. Sir moves to the left-hand side, even though he's a lap car, he is allowed to overtake as long as it's done cleanly, and he will now get the overtake done. Mr. Sir getting past the delicious Trackalicious car out there on the circuit, because that livery is one to behold, especially with the metallic finish. And continuing on around this circuit, further and further, every single lap you need, and we do continue going on. But who knows, the ballast may be something to play in tonight, because it's an interesting one. I have air. God damn it. Right now, further and further. Hello, Jess. I see you in the chat. That is the first time I've seen Jess in the chat here this evening. As we go down the main straight one more time. Mr. Sir, if you're listening, flash your headlights. And then down in turn number 1. Then turn number 2. Then turn number 3. Then turn number 4. Then turn number 5. Everybody knows all these corner numbers. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. No chance, slick deprivation is not getting to me. In my defence, it's 1:30. In my defence, chat, it's 1:43 in the morning. It's basically nighttime Le Mans commentary. And the things going around this circuit, 2:28.41 seconds remaining on the clock. So this race has been quite an interesting one so far. 4:36 PM in-game time. And further down onto the main straight. And as we do come closer and closer to the line, you can see many drivers out there on the circuit. However, it is not possible without the support from both you guys in chat and, of course, our sponsors and affiliates. So why don't we get to know them a little bit more?
A huge thank you to our SRA sponsors and title sponsors for supporting us here at SRA, as well as support from Documise, a modern business solution for product management. Go to documise.com to learn more today. And support from Retro Saga, a North American-based gaming company that provides accessories for your favourite classic systems, including Nintendo, Sega, PlayStation, and much more. Enhance your retro gaming experience today at retrosaga.ca. And a big thank you to our affiliates, Track Racer. Experience redefined gaming with Track Racer's high-quality sim rigs and accessories. Use code SRATE at checkout to support us. Armamentario, a toolbox for ACC that will enhance your chance to win. Enjoy a fully customizable and enhanced HUD to change the way you experience ACC. GT3 Sim Shop. Upgrade your sim racing experience today with premium 3D printed accessories featuring precision crafted magnetic shifters, sleek cable management solutions, versatile stream deck mounts, and immersive dashboard displays. Their innovative designs enhance performance and style, elevate every lap with top tier quality and craftsmanship at at3d.net. Go Setups, premium esports setups for everybody. Use our affiliate link on our Discord and take your drive to the next level. Castle and Cauldron, a home-based crafting business specialising in handmade Harry Potter, Fantastic Beasts and Fairy World collectibles. Magic wands, potions, mini dioramas, wall decor, costumery, cosplay and much more. Castle and Cauldron is where crafting meets the magical. Visit facebook.com/Castle Cauldron. And from KP Concepts, your source for custom automotive renderings, graphic design, and printing. We spend countless hours making you look all good for the spectacle. Check out kpconcepts.com for more.
And we are back. Of course, that was our sponsors and affiliates. Right now, though, out on circuit, it is John Brown versus Cockcroft. Heading through the right-hander and onto the loop a little bit. This is where it counts, really, because these moments is where it can be a bit tricky. Many drivers may opt to take the tyres, because, of course, like it was said earlier, you've only got 5 sets for this race, so two of the stints will have to be on one set of tyres. That is the big question though. So where have they taken those tyres? Have they taken them in the final hour, or we'll have to wait and see. As coming down the main straight one more time, McLaren is going to continue to close in a little bit as much as they can. So we'll wait and see as we'll continue with this battle. Through the right hander, the Mac is on the Porsche. Le Mans commentary. It's early in the morning. I'm going solo. Producer in the background. My singing is bad. This battle's getting closer. I'm repeating myself for no reason. Please nobody clip that. As right now we do see John Crown. He is inching closer and closer with each lap. Realistically, he was 0.6 at the end of the last lap in this position as part of the circuit last lap. Coming into this lap, he's now a 10 behind, gaining about a 10 per lap it seems, but maybe more of an opportunity. The track temperature has gone down a little bit, but it stays optimum. As a big thing, no idea how we didn't realise this before, because it would be on the radar anyways, but there is a light rain shower forecast for 10 minutes time, so realistically that should not affect our drivers too much, because a 10 minute rain, it's not heavy, because that's the thing with ACC. A light rain is what you see as the cloud, and one layer of the bars underneath the cloud. Medium rain is a cloud and two layers of bars, and then heavy is there and ready and raring to go. As I do believe we may have an interview incoming. We shall wait and see who that is. As welcome in Jeff Spangler. I don't think I really need to introduce the viewers to you, but either way, we do this all the time. Please introduce who you are, what team you're driving for, and where your team is currently placed.
All right, hey, welcome myself. I'm just out of it right now. Tiring stint. Yeah, so I'm Jeff Spangler, along with Curtis Lee, helped organize this series that we've put on, of which this is round 6. And my teammate is in the car, Ryan Yee. Some have referred to me, I'm Timu Ryan Yee now. From our lovely Shui video. Shout out to Kelvin. That was it was so funny. But yeah, he's in the car. We're first. Looks like we got about 15.5 seconds on the second place Lamborghini.
Yeah, most definitely. We had somebody from lower down in the order in earlier, but what's it like up there at the top? You're 132 laps in. You've been leading the entire time that I've been watching, apart from the pit stop, because yay, timings. But you've been there for a while, and honestly, that is not a surprise, because every single time I watch endurance racing, you are. But what's it like up there? Because like you said, you go back after 15 seconds, you're not really having to worry about anybody catching up to you that much. You're just having to worry about getting past the lap traffic, so you're not getting lapped, you're lapping. How is it feeling out there with that McLaren?
Well, it's feeling different than the first 2 hours of the race, as I'm sure you're aware. It took pretty much that long for anybody to notice that there wasn't any bob applied. So lovely steward / admin today, Bailey Kish, went ahead and bopped the cars individually at about the 2 hour mark. It rained during my first stint, so I started the race. So we had a light shower, kind of like we're going to have here in less than 10 minutes or so, for about 20 minutes. So pretty much everybody stayed out. At least the front runners. Just toughed it out on the slicks, and then it started to dry up, and then that's when the 37 Lambo pitted about 10 minutes before we did to get on non-abused slick tires. They ended up, of course, passing us because I finished my stint on the old used up ones, and then Ryan was in the car, was catching them. I got back in and was able to get around Jordan, so he looks like he's double stinting now. But yeah, for them, we'll anticipate seeing Jeremy in for the rest of the race for the stint and a half, assuming that there isn't any more rain. So yeah, just like you said, making our way through lap traffic. Everyone's been courteous, and it's going well so far. Unfortunately for us, it looks like I mean, it sucks to say that Fire Queso and Mr. Sir's car, they disconnected. When they returned to the server, they didn't have their BOP applied anymore. And, nobody noticed that, of course. So Mr. Sir has a very, very fast lap for the amount of fuel that we're running. So we need a little more help if we want to actually win the championship, because we need the 37 Lambo to finish in 3rd place. And we need fastest lap, so I'm not sure that that's going to happen, but that's okay. We're having a fun race today, and that's what matters most.
And of course, we're at the Team Series earlier on this week. I personally need to catch up on the streams. Everybody else may also want to catch up. That's available on YouTube and Twitch. But it's Indianapolis. How is this circuit feeling, more specifically? In like the loop and the faster parts of the circuit, because somebody said Anton, who we had in somebody who we had in earlier, as actually I'm going to have to put in here apologies if we do see a battle on track between Cockcroft and John Brown, who will now get past, heading through the loop as I was talking about it. But you were talking about that rain before. What's the circuit been like this week? As of course, with the Team Series, a little bit of extra preparation going into it, knowing this circuit a bit more.
Yeah, it definitely helped. I drive this car a lot, so it's not a big change at all for me. It's a little bit hotter for the race here, so that's definitely made tire wear a bit more of a concern. But yeah, I mean, I feel like I finally found a little bit of pace for Team Series on Tuesday, not as much as I wanted. Couldn't put my qualifying laps together, otherwise I would have been a little bit higher up on the grid, and higher up on the leaderboard for the week. And McLaren is not that great around here, and I really had to kind of work through a couple things I think I was doing wrong. You know, you can drive pretty fast but still be doing suboptimal things, right? And so you get so used to doing whatever you're doing that it's hard to kind of reformat and gain some time. But yeah, I love the circuit. I'm a resident of Indianapolis, so my home circuit. Love to come to the Indy 8-hour that SRA puts on every fall. So yeah, it's a difficult track, rewarding, but yeah.
Yeah, and speaking of difficult and rewarding, and you were talking about every fall, the rain has just begun to fall.
Yes.
So that is, we've got a 10-minute shower, unless it gets pretty heavier. But you saw it. But you said earlier that you were one of the drivers to stick it out on the circuit whilst the rain was out. Is that going to be the same strategy here? Because, like,
yeah, I would have to
conversation about it before this. As we do have a yellow flag that is in the loop. That is the one. That is the 107, I do believe, who has gone round off Holmes. So maybe the rain already catching people out.
Yeah, absolutely. Track looks like it's greasy right now. You could definitely feel it get wetter in stages, and you've got to kind of pay attention to, you know, the game will update the status for you, or have a teammate watch it and say, hey, it's greasy, or hey, it's damp, you know, get off the curbs. So yeah, we'll probably see a few more oopsie daisies from various cars out there. It's definitely it's a pretty low grip track as it is, and then when you're trying to drive wet track with slick tires on, it's even scarier. So definitely have to do some tiptoeing and be careful out there.
Yeah, as we have just seen the oopsie daisy from the 107. Maybe a bit of a contact behind, but it's hard to tell from that camera angle. Or maybe, like we said, no contact, we have had confirmation. And that is just a oopsie daisy there through the loop. So the rain is definitely starting to catch people out a little bit around this circuit. As, yep, big oopsie daisies, and I did not know that Mercedes made lawnmowers.
I looked away. Did the Aston tap the car, or did it just go off the track?
He
just went off.
off.
Oh, okay. Because that's Tim, and I'm gonna be a little biased here. Tim looks like he's 9 seconds behind Jordan Nixon, and we need them to pass him. So, no penalties for Tim. I'm hoping.
Get it. As Mr. Sir gets past Donovan Colton, ACC, please can we have live timings? That would be great. As that is a lovely overtake. Mr. Sir.
Yeah, there is a HUD you can switch to that will show you the relative or whatever. But I don't quite know how to do it. But there you go.
Yes, we do have it. However, out majority of the grid. That's why.
Right. Yeah. That's the downside.
That's the downside of it. That's why we do. That's why we put up with the full leaderboard and the everything and timings. ACC, please make things easier for us. As you know what, it seems as you are here for the interview. Let us know in the Twitch chat as well. if you could bring any update to ACC, like anything, like a track, a car, handling, anything, what would it be and why?
I mean, I could give you a whole laundry list that people would probably echo. I would have to say, if anything, I mean, I'm sitting here thinking if anything, and every time I think of one thing, I think of two others, right? Another bop pass would be nice, especially for the Mustang. We can only really apply weights to cars in this game, and that has limited effectiveness, so I think that would be on a lot of people's lists. I know people would, pipe dream would be to get another track. Ooh, what happened here? Okay, just let him go by. Another track like Hockenheim or something would be amazing. The Corvette would be awesome, or the new Aston would be really cool. But I mean, that's probably not going to happen. A lot of people would say maybe another update to the tire model and or traction control. You can get away with using zero traction control, which isn't exactly realistic, but yeah, I think at this point, if we could get one of those things, I think that'd be nice.
Well, fair enough. It is getting damp out there. The track has gone to damp, so your team your team may want you back for a little bit of advice. So
I think he's pretty good. It is damp, so yeah. The first time it rained, the track got like wet, like actually wet. So that was a little miserable. But it's supposed to stop raining here in just a couple minutes, and I would expect it to dry out pretty quickly. It is getting later in the day, but it's pretty warm, so the track did dry out from wet pretty quickly before. So yeah.
Yeah, we've been watching Thompson. He had a little bit of a rear wing, a little bit of a rear end wiggle coming out of coming through turn number 7. So definitely getting a little bit tricky, but it seems like you guys currently have it set. When it updates, we'll see it because yeah. Honestly,
Yeah, it's getting interesting.
Teach us your tricks, because how the heck you get so far ahead? Oh my god, it's 22.353.
Yeah, well, there's a couple things that work here. Ryan Yee, aka Aquaman, he loves to drive in the rain, so he's in his natural element at the moment. And then on the other side of that, I know Jordan Nixon has been spending a lot of his time with like iRacing, and not so much in ACC. So, in as much as you could have, I'm air quoting, slow driver on that team, he's in a really tough position right now with slick tires and rain. So it's a good opportunity for us. We'll be hoping that Tim can catch and maybe get by here, because he's definitely gaining. So yeah, that'll be interesting to watch as the rain stops here pretty soon and the track starts to dry out.
Yeah, right. Your teammate Ryan Yee still fastest, as we are looking at the Lexus. As the rain is claiming victims, as off goes the 35 Lexus on the exit of turn number 2. So it's a little bit slippy out there. Usually about 8 seconds slower per lap, as that works perfectly because we've got 2 hours 8 minutes left of this session. So
it's just stop.
And yeah, like the rain has come to an end. So we'll wait and see how long it takes for the track surface to dry up. It's 34 degree on the surface, 29 degree ambient. So it's an interesting one. It's overcast. Hopefully there'll be more rain, as Mr. Sarah's fastest on the circuit. No surprise. With what happened, and we'll wait and see, because we're going to continue going around this circuit, and it's an interesting one. We've got 2 hours 7 minutes remaining, and we will let you go back to your teammate, good sir. as now that it's dried up, you may want to talk strategy. So before you go, is there anybody else you would like? Anybody else? Is there anybody you would like to shout out?
I would like to shout out my Team Series teammate, Calvin Lau, for his silver victory last season. And we had a bit of a tough outing for week 1 here, but looking forward to another season with him in the Team Series. So shout out to Calvin.
Very fair. We shall let you go back to your teammate, currently in the lead. And
oh, hey, one thing really quick. Jay, I can hear you. I don't know if you're intending to be heard on the broadcast. Oh, okay. So you're trying to be quiet. All right, gotcha. Well, if that's what you're trying to do, it's working. So, all right. Anyway, thank you guys for putting this on, for broadcasting this, and I'll talk to you later.
Thank you very much. Good to have a good rest of the evening and a good rest of the race.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
No worries. And that was Jess Spangler. Jay, I don't know what he's going on. I don't know what he's going on about Jay. It's clearly a robot producer. Like, I don't know what's going on. Jay, please don't fire me. Oh. Yeah. No, this is not a move. That is not a move over. Coming down into the braking zone, into the right-hander, and way too deep. You can't park there, sir. As here comes Hansen. I almost said Hansen. If you get the reference, you get the reference. As continuing on around this circuit, he's got to be careful. He's got Mr. Cern eventually coming around. So we'll wait and see how long that will take for him to get caught up into that field. But the track surface still damp out there. 5 PM in game time. 2 hours 4 minutes remaining. Cockcroft has made up time, but now he's seeming to drop it now that the rain has stopped. So maybe another Aquaman out there on the circuit as the number 1 Porsche continues to go around this Indianapolis Motor Speedway track, as many people call it, or as I call it, aka the Brickyard. As we do see Arced for AAA Motorsport into the pit lane, no idea where the Duracell battery is, and we also see Valentine into the lane. Thompson stays out there on circuit. Russell comes into the pit lane, and we'll wait and see what is happening out there. Good question is going to be staying in the car? Somebody else is back in. It's currently being led by Brian by Nixon. Longest round out the podium. He'll probably Salina and then rounds up with P number 4, Raza P number 5, Crown P6, Top Problem 7. Him rounds out P8 with P9 currently going at arc. They drop down to P number 10 as it is as you lose about 2/3 of lap time in the pit lane around this circuit. Producer may be able to update me on that because I do remember that being lost somewhere. I said it earlier on in the week. Why is it not in my mind now? As right now, Tom buys a voice crack. Oh my god, I haven't had those in ages. As that is going to be going through, and that is nice and tidy. As the track is now greasy, but still not dry. Burns right there. Gonna be good all roundy. Gonna be causing up a round maybe as they head into the first corner around this circuit, and further and further. And it seems like everything's calming down a bit because now as actually we do get an update. Anton is now back in the seat. It's Anton I was speaking to earlier, not Ilpo. I don't know. And Arm replaces the Book. in the Porsche. Porsche fans will be very, very happy. That is a big old American flag. She is taken on from Tutsfield. I am so sorry if I botched that pronunciation. Yay! As coming down into the braking zone, we're 143 laps in as Mr. Sir comes into the pit lane, ladies and gentlemen. Huh. Right, well, Mr. only had a 36-minute stint. However, we do need to keep in mind that that team did disconnect. So up and through goes an Aston. We shall wait and see, getting information on Nixon and Cockcroft. So we'll wait and see as Mr. Sir still in the pit lane with the fastest lap though. Burns currently closing in on the Porsche just in front of him. Not for position. That is. I keep on getting this. Just wants out the car for Here's the thing. They're only 11 seconds behind Timothy Blanca, who is currently sat P number 3. So for Ilpo and the Creme de la Course team, a podium is still very much on the cards, possibly the Trackalicious team as well, because a 2-hour race to close down a 12-second gap would be about 30 seconds for the Trackalicious team. That's 2 seconds per lap closing on the podium. So we'll have to wait and see as Anton Rushovic keeps on going. As Ilpo Ruotsalainen, I am going to give props to that man. He is going solo here this evening. So Ilpo Ruotsalainen, he is having a nice fun time, hopefully. Maybe got some music on in the background, which hopefully he can still. Which honestly, this may be a hot take. Chat, let me know your thoughts. What is better when driving a car? Listening to music or listening to the pure sound of car engines? As let's continue on in the rest of this race, and we see an overtake right there by the AAA team. That is a flag, and out of the way. And let's go inside the trusty Porsche of Arnold, and let's just listen to that, to the beauty of these 6 gears and engine. As these guys with this beautiful with that beautiful engine sound keep on going here. It's Arnold versus Lloyd through the S's here at Indianapolis. We will go. You can see the timer on the right hand side as you get the view of what this looks like to drive. You can see the G-forces in those drivers. Even though you won't feel the G-forces, you will feel the force feedback though. Possibly look straight down the inside going down into unlucky sun does not work out that time. Looks for the outside, goes to the inside, possibly a mistake there by Lloyd. Wheel to wheel, side by side as they put the pedal to the metal, the foot to the floor. If this was the race start, they'll look to the eyes to the lights. But as we continue down the main straight, let's keep on going. And with the boogity, and down towards turn number 1, it will count. Where will these drivers come out? And it's going to be a overtake by Arnold to get past Lloyd. What a beautiful overtake there by the 116 Porsche. So that is Lloyd who will lose out there. So we saw that overtake just before. That is a beautiful one by Arnold. He's now opened that gap up to 3.4 seconds. Kim is now in the pit lane, possibly a switch for that team as well. Currently start P number 9 in the Lexus, heading down onto the main straight, and we are going to continue around this circuit. You see the AAA Motorsport car of Anton Rushovic as closer and closer they will get past Kim due to that pit stop, as you see the blue flag there by Burns moving over to the right hand side down into the braking zone turn number 1, and that is just unlucky for the Porsche, getting lapped more and more as we get a replay here of a Porsche, possibly a mistake heading through the corners. Car number 81 heading into the loop of turn number 6, possibly deep, and you can see it right there, the slides off the circuit into the gravel. But as you continue going on here, we do go further and further with each lap after lap. Once the left hand side looks to the right, further and further you will go round and round about, further back onto the main straight. Yes, I'm going Le Mans style with the early morning commentary, where we try to get my brain working. As goes down the inside, and that will be Burns, who will get past a Beamer, and that is getting past the car which he has been lapped by, but no, but it's fair enough, he's got the pace, he can get past, as we saw the Lord, as the car which, and the Mercedes lawnmower earlier is now a Mercedes race car. Heading down onto the main straight, we will go further as we go down. You've also got the Aston behind it. Aston. Honestly, I will be honest with you, chat. It's very hard to differentiate a Ford and an Aston. That is important. Oh my god, my brain is not braining these early hours. I apologise. As that's a nice purple. That's a nice purple. That's a nice purple there. Ooh. Mate, that's not that sticks out quite a bit. That's actually a nice car. That's a nice design. As we get some beautiful racing action here, even though it's not for track position, that is still very beautiful to watch. As they go further and further around this circuit, where how many laps behind is he? Because that gap was a lot larger. Quite a spread of the field by now, with 1 hour and 51 minutes remaining here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, here at the Brickyard. As honestly, who doesn't love some good old bricks? Which, fun facts about this circuit, which I believe most people will already know. But hey ho, facts for the Lexa. We have, wait, honestly, that makes sense with my name. Yes, I'm not a robot, even though there is a robot with the same name as me, technically. This track used to be completely made of bricks, and there's still some of the original bricks at the start-finish line. Yay, fun facts. Key factor, a few drivers left to still need to pit. One of the drivers actually is this man. The driver out on circuit right now, Jordan Dixon. You're passing that 1 hour mark, and you are required to make a pit stop after 1 hour and 5 minutes. If I am correct, somebody may correct that. But we'll wait and see, as if that is the case, you can't make a pit stop. There may be a switch between drivers, as like it was said earlier by Jeff Spangler, that stint and a half may be selected. From our producer in the background, from our producers at the SRA HQ, kinda, and down the inside it goes Michael Lilly. A stint here is 65 minutes. That is the stint allowed for drivers to go around that, as Cockcroft comes into the pit lane now. A stint for a car out on the circuit without a pit stop is 65 minutes. But of course a driver can stay in the car, but they still have to come into the pits. between 65 minutes. So that is a key factor which must be thought about. Cockcroft in the pits for the number 1 Porsche. As technical difficulties, as the camera decided not to switch, we blame the camera crew at Indianapolis, and continuing around this circuit, 5:15 PM in-game time. So with the drivers and the stints, it will be a stint and a half. It may be half a stint for the drivers who have to come in, but Coadromo will take over for Cockcroft in the car that's currently number 9, the number 1 Porsche. So that will be a driver switch day. Will Coadromo be taking it to the end? A stint and a half, you've got to think about it. And how far will it go? You may see some of the teams now also taking that double stint for tyres around this circuit. Some teams would have taken it earlier on in this race as well. Ilpa routes the line and bringing that gap down to Timothy Flanger for 10 seconds now rather than 12. So the podium is very much looking on. Across the last 20 minutes, they have made up 2 positions. They have made up 2 seconds, as we shall wait and see as Ron Flo continues going here. As John Flo actually was about to set the fastest lap and had to move out of the way, but Ilpo Lutzalainen as continuing around this circuit one more time. John Crown now into the pit lane, as well as Thompson, so the number 544 and the number 35 opting to make their pit stops now. Nixon needs to make that pit stop, most likely at the end of this lap. Nixon right now in the number 37. Where are they at on this circuit? They are on a 1 hour and 3 right now, so without a doubt they will have to come in for their pit stop. There he is, calling the box, and box. Into the pit lane, Nixon will come, and that will be for their pit stop. Will they be staying in the car, or will they continue going? As Christopher Bolt seems to move out the way for a car, as that is we'll wait and see as Douglas Mitchell out on circuit, as we've also got Coadromo chasing down. You can see him right there, it's less than a second. The big old teeth of Rexy, which nobody seems to know what a T-Rex sounds like nowadays, but I think we can all agree a T-Rex sounds like a Porsche with... Can we all agree, can scientists agree that is what a T-Rex sounds like? Because I think Rexy is a very good example with that beautiful paint job they have, and if anybody has favourite IRL, please let us know. Me personally, not even touch it. Not touch it, but even touch my livery that is run sometimes. So, let us know your favourite as well. It can be any racing series, because let's be honest, some teams make some absolutely astounding liveries, especially those here at the SimRacing Alliance. There are plenty of drivers and teams out there who make liveries, and they are absolutely lovely, as that is a Scott Go 30 for Jeremy Mercer, and that is going to be a big problem. We can't get the final earlier, talking about how they needed that Lamborghini to finish P3 or lower, being and the fastest lap. However, with that Scott Go 30, with the and you have got to remember, in this game, they would not have run they got that Scott Go 30 unless they saw it, because the game does not give you a Scott Go 30 or a drive-through until you exit the pit lane, because the game doesn't make it. You can serve your pit, so you can serve your penalty almost instantly. So they may have thought they could have got it, but they may have been 1 mile per hour, 1 kilometre over that limit for the pit lane here at Indianapolis. And that is just bad, and that is just unfortunate. The pit lane here you lose about 2/3 of a lap time here, possibly more. It will be more. It's probably an entire lap here at Indianapolis. As Open Russalainen comes in, of course, going solo here this evening. So they were talking. We heard Jeff Spangler talk about it earlier as Jeremy Mercer instantly comes in to serve that stop-go 30. He wants it out the way and he wants to go because Jeff Spangler needs that Lamborghini to finish P3. Finish P3 with the fastest lap. No, they need that Lamborghini to finish P3, and then Ryan Yee or Jeff Spangler, whoever is in the car, needs to get the fastest lap. Or they need that Lamborghini to finish P number 4 or below, so that Ryan Yee and Jeff Spangler can clinch the team championship here in the Endurance Series. Of course, it's round 6, it's Indianapolis, and we will keep on going. Out where will Jeff come? Where will Jerry Mercer come out after that stop-go 30? We'll wait and see. As right now, Michael Louis 918. I'm looking on the board to see where he is. He's coming round that final corner now. When will that Lamborghini begin to move? This might be a ball on the exit. You know that pit lane is right on the exit of turn number 1. The 918 is coming onto the throttle. The 37 onto the throttle. The 37 will come, but he's gonna slow down. Is that a problem for the Lamborghini? Or does he not want any issues? It just looks like he did not want any issues. That's Jeremy Mercer down into P number 6 due to that stop-go 30. And that has put the entire momentum in the hands of Ryan Yee and Jeff Spangler. But right now, they do continue going, as that is just unfortunate. It is Ryan Yee, followed by Timothy Flamger, Raza, Russalainen, Louis, and then Jeremy Mercer. Stromo rounds up top 10. Let's go as we go through the grid order. As right now, Ryan Yee for Madhouse, aka Beanshouse Racing, with the Hines on the front. That is a beautiful British brand in P number 1 with Timothy Flamger for Alpha Sim Sport P number 2. They're coming into the pit lane. That may be a switch. Ali Raza for Track Collision BMW M4 SRA rounds out in P number 3 with Ilko Lutzalainen for Clem Villacors in P number 4, also solo. Michael Louis then around P number 5 with On the Grass Racing. It's the 918 Porsche P number 5 with Jeremy Mercer then sits P number 6 and the number 37 for Tires Sim Racing Esports. They round out on P number 6. Anton Rushovic is the AAA Motorsport. We had a comment earlier from the interview centre. It is then Andrew Wilson, Champion Motorsport Season 8 in P number 8. Looking for the team, it seems. P number 9 then goes to Joe Ross Mitchell and Trust Alexis for Tequila. As we go, Quadrome on P number 10 for 1 and John. I did not know the Usos had a race. I did not know the Usos had their finisher ultimately on the racing team. And go then to as he is on the back of, he's actually on the back of Douglas Mitchell for the Porsche. This is the Lexus. It's a fan favourite battle which may be loved by all. Douglas Mitchell, of course, coming through these final corners. You see the pit lane entry for Indy right there, through the right-hander, onto the main straight one more time. 1 hour 41 minutes. 5 seconds remain. Onto the main straight. Maybe 1 hour 40. Maybe on the dot. Yes, it will. 1 minute 41 second. 1 minute 41 remain here in this endurance race. A little bit of a flash of the headlights there. It's seen momentarily, or maybe just a little bit of sunlight. Heading down into turn number 1. Rexy still on the hunt here at Indianapolis. London Delebes, with a B, has taken over the P number 8 car, the 918. Bad team. Oh, yep. Oh no, P number 10 I should say, because pit stop. I don't know why I did a Guido reference. But I did. As right now we do continue going on down into the braking zone. Rexy is all over the back of Douglas Mitchell. Well, that Lexus is putting up a fight. Maybe it's got a red flare and it's going to throw it into a pen or an Indominus Rex as we go one more time, closer and closer, inching closer with every single lap. As we go further and further, faster and faster around this circuit as a bit into the wall goes Douglas Mitchell. That may mess up the lap time a little bit. Will there be a bit of gaffer tape needed to be put on the side of that car? Rear end slips out there momentarily for Douglas Mitchell. Rexy smells blood in the water. It looks like it's going to close soon enough, and that is going to be Douglas Mitchell, who still holds on to P number 8 at this current moment in time, heading down towards turn 1 more time, and that is going to be nice and tidy. A great defence, a great battle being shown here in the Sim Racing Alliance. As I see in the Twitch chat, we got some Let's Go Team AAA. It's good to see. It is great to see some support, as it is Iris in the Twitch chat. I always get confused with Twitch chat usernames, because I'm one of those people who uses the same on everything. Yeah. So if I do not realise who you are, I apologise. As heading down onto the main straight, back straight, heading down one more time as we go around this circuit, closer and closer into the S's. The Porsche seem to have a little bit of an advantage. These cars, they go for quite a while. You can see the dirt starting to build up on the bottom of these cars. The aerodynamics probably not really picked up as much throughout their S&B races. Heading into the right hand though, onto the main straight, further and further around we go. Here we go into the braking zone, but it looks like Rexy is falling behind a little bit from Sean Daniels. Peanut Umbrella pulling into the pit lane. That will be a pit stop to be served, as well as the leaders of Guy and Raza. Where are these guys? Now it's Jeff Spangler going to be back into that car for the rest of the race. But yeah, Raza also there. Raza comes down, so Guy is going to hold on to now. Austin Carpenter going to be in P2 for the time being. Rexy in the background and look over the rear wing of this Lexus. With every single lap, inching closer as Quinn Smith has switched for Ollie Razard, and the roller goes Finala. And into the barrier. Let's see if we can get an aerial shot, because we were looking over the rear wing. How much damage do we pick up there? Because a little bit squirmy coming into the S's, maybe picking up a bit too much grass on the inside, or what just happens here? Onto the exit, that's what happens, touches the grass on the exit and into the barrier. That's a bit of a shut, and by I say a bit of a shut, quite literally net coded through the barrier, at least the front of the car did. But they seem to be pretty sturdy. But then again, German engineering for you, as further and further, right on the bumper of this Porsche, heading down the main straight one more time. Trying to get that slipstream, but that Lexus is infamous for its straight line speed. It may be coloured like a V, but it's as fast as like one into turn 1 hour 36 remain here in the Endurance. And a quick word from our sponsors.
A huge thank you to our SRA sponsors and title sponsors for supporting us here at SRA, as well as support from Documise, a modern business solution for product management. Go to documise.com to learn more today. And support from Retro Saga, a North American based gaming company that provides accessories for your favourite classic systems, including Nintendo, Sega, PlayStation and much more. Enhance your retro gaming experience today at retrosaga.ca. And a big thank you to our affiliates, Track Racer. Experience redefined gaming with Track Racer's high quality sim rigs and accessories, Use code SRATE at checkout to support us. Armamentario, a toolbox for ACC that will enhance your chance to win. Enjoy a fully customizable and enhanced HUD to change the way you experience ACC. AT3D Sim Shop. Upgrade your sim racing experience today with premium 3D printed accessories featuring precision crafted magnetic shifters, sleek cable management solutions, versatile stream deck mounts, and immersive dashboard displays. Their innovative designs enhance performance and style, elevate every lap with top tier quality and craftsmanship at at3d.net. Go Setups, premium esports setups for everybody. Use our affiliate link on our Discord and take your drive to the next level. Castle and Cauldron, a home-based crafting business specialising in handmade Harry Potter, Fantastic Beasts and Fairy World collectibles. Magic wands, potions, mini dioramas, wall decor, costumery, cosplay and much more. Castle and Cauldron is where crafting meets the magical. Visit facebook.com/Castle Cauldron. And from KP Concepts, your source for custom automotive renderings, graphic design and printing. We spend countless hours making you look all good for the spectacle. Check out kpconcepts.com for more.
We are back. It is all over the back of Douglas Mitchell is Joa Dromo. They've been going at this the entire time and no overtakes being done. A few close opportunities at turn number 1 and turn number 8, but still no moves past. It's been a masterclass of a defence by Douglas Mitchell as we've seen in the Lexus. It's straight line speed. Most definitely coming in with the opportunity when you need it. We have gone up a slight temperature, back up to 33-degree track. And down this main straight, it's an interesting one really, because that Lexus straight line speed with that Porsche seeming to be more capable in the corners. But then again, it's not the car, it's the driver. And then if you no longer go for a gap that exists, then you are no longer, then you may no longer be a racing driver. But at the same time, you don't want to go for gaps which may close, because that can get you on the naughty list, and that may get you a penalty or so through the left-hander, and then into the right-hander again onto the back stretch here. The Porsche may have an opportunity, but like I said, that Lexus straight line speed. But the slipstream may be a key factor. Using the lap traffic to his advantage is Douglas Mitchell. The Porsche was out of the way and Douglas Mitchell started to move towards it, trying to block off the Porsche behind him, getting past. That was great awareness. That was great awareness by Douglas Mitchell. Keep Douglas on behind him. May have had an overtake run being used there. Down with the final right-hander and the main straight one time into the braking zone. Through this corner we will go through 13 into 14, then 15, which then leads us onto the full main straight. Although realistically the entire target is the main straight when you're outside of it. Down the main straight, the actual main straight technically, we will go further and further into the braking zone at the very beginning of this lap into turn number 193 right-hander with the beautiful from V6 engines here in the background, and then through the left-hander into the right-hander at turn number 3, through turn number 4, and then once again in 5 and 6. Further and further, lap and inches, trying to inch closer, further and closer. Looking at the gaps right now, also looking at Quint, also looking at Smith, trying to keep an eye on the gap. Now 34 seconds, so maybe the podium, you know, a little bit out of reach. They'll probably try to keep that gap now. It's also similar drop back from there, so runs the line at 7.883 behind Carpenter. And within a second, 0.250 at the last time in marker, having able to go closer. As you can see, the Porsche is still trying to close in. We've been watching these guys run. These guys are absolutely amazing. Down to Douglas Mitchell for the heel for Racing, going on a fast cross and coming back a little bit there, maybe decided to play safe and wait and let him fight another day, or continuing on around this circuit, into the left, into the right, and over through Nice Racing. Here comes the Porsche, here comes Romo, down into the main straight, a little bit argy-bargy, a little bit of a tap into the barrier, maybe a slight contact with it. Trying to not lose too much as we head down the main straight, but that Lexus straight line speed once again coming into play for Douglas Mitchell, and that is going to be the defence. No dive by Coadromo. 1 hour, 29 minutes, 25 seconds remain, and he's still got ages. He does not want to risk it too much at this earlier race. But you got to wonder how the blue flags are going to play into effect. The blue flags are going to be a key factor with this battle, as you've got a lapped car right in front of you. Possibly down this back stretch is where the lapped car will move out the way. Try not to get caught in this battle too much. You do not want to be the one who costs them, and they will move out the way and closer and closer, as also the leaders and also this battle of Douglas Mitchell and Coadromo. They've also got the blue flags, as you can see in the background, Ilpo Ruotsalainen. So how is that going to affect this battle? This blue flag battle, this battle with blue flags at the key factor, either of these drivers could use that to their advantage. If one of them has to move over in a more compromised, in a bit more of a awkward position, then it may cost them the actual position that they are fighting for, as it may give an advantage to Coadromo. It may give an advantage to Douglas Mitchell, but of course it's down to Ilpo Ruotsalainen to be right on the back of them. As we come on the main straight, the blue flags are flying. Here we go, further and further, closer and closer. Every single second of every single lap is all racing that we love. 5:37 PM in game time, 33 track temperature, 3 km/h wind, 29 degree ambient, no rain on the forecast. As this battle does continue, over at the statistics crew, they have provided us with some very nice information that Ilpo Ruotsalainen is now losing time to both the driver, to both Carpenter and Smith, due to being held up by this battle. These two drivers are going to have to yield at some point, because you do not want to be holding up the man who is on that final step of the podium, and he's now on the back of Rexy. As we go down into the right-hander, through turn number 12 and into turn number 13. 13 is unlucky for some. Coadromo is still on the back of him, goes deep, does Douglas Mitchell. Coadromo's on the outside, will look for it, wheel to wheel, side by side. Now you've got to wonder, does Douglas Mitchell move across? He has got blue flags, he has to move out the way. He is holding off Ilpo Ruotsalainen, and it is going to be blue flags. The blue flags will be flashing. The blue flag will be flashing on his dashboard. He will move to the right hand side. He will look for that overtake. They both move to the right hand side, but they will be unlucky. Ilpo Ruotsalainen, Douglas Mitchell moves out of the way. I think he knows what he's doing here. He knows that Coadromo has to let Ilpo Ruotsalainen pass. He has to. He wants to take advantage of that, and they are all over the back of him. Ilpo's right there, but he's going to take advantage. Unfortunately misses out on the inside line, but we know about Lexus straight line speed is like. He may have an opportunity going down into turn number 8. Yellow flags will fly at turn number 1. Coadromo on the advantage, on the defensive, heading down through the right-hander and onto the middle stretch. This is the action that we have been watching for, honestly, I've lost track of this one, probably about 30 minutes, but maybe even 45, as that is a big dive by Douglas Mitchell, and that is going to be costing him absolute loads. Let's get a replay from the helicam. So you can see it right here, coming down, you can can see it right here, coming down into turn number 8. Goes for the lunge, does not work out. Koadromo sees it, Koadromo spots it, and goes for the switchback. And right. And oh my, and overall, thank you statistics crew. That is that fight has cost Ilkka Ruotsalainen 1.4 seconds. So people in front and people behind are going to have to take advantage of that. As welcome to the chat, Trackalicious. Is that Mike North on the account, or is that Eric? Or somebody new? As welcome in, Trackalicious. You know what? Now that we've seen that battle, production crew, let's go and have a little bit of an update on the BMW team for Trackalicious. P4. So Quinn Smith for yeah, so gaining on Ilkka Ruotsalainen last lap just over a second. Most definitely helped out by the fact that Ilkka Ruotsalainen was being held up by a lap traffic. But we will definitely see what has happened as we have confirmation. It is Eric on the Trackalicious account. So welcome in, Eric, and here is your team, Quinn Smith, as we have a replay of a Porsche here. The same Porsche we have. Yeah, so turn 13 and just getting out of the way, just like, yep, nope, not getting involved in that. I'm just gonna sit here, I'm gonna sit here, I'm gonna look pretty, and we're gonna just enjoy as that. Well, damn. 0.5 of a second, that's not too bad. As I am going to go through these real quick, as whilst we have got this little bit of time, I would like to thank everybody for being here. Thank you for the follow. Tierno_PRT, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Sim Racing Alliance, and welcome to the endurance race here at Indianapolis. I need to get my mouse so I can actually scroll through this. As I would like to thank you all for being here, and we are golden, it seems, as of course key factor here, Ryan Yee currently leading. They need that 37 Lambo to finish P4 or lower. Looking in the Twitch chat, as since that battle I've already hello Iris, Sean Daniel, Language, and Prime, and Malicious, aka Eric, and yep, him as Kinda Irish. Welcome in, and Jay Greasy. Hi Jay. As we do continue going on here, currently watching P number 19, the Ford Mustang, heading throughout the rest of this race. Well, endurance race. As they are currently sat P number 19, the 443. Seeming to have a bit of a chill time as Flow actually will have just been kicked up by the drivers in front. And that is quite an interesting one, as we have Hallion, P number 17 currently. So it's an interesting one. We'll wait and see. As I'm wondering, let's keep on going, let's keep on thinking. 1 minute 20, 1 hour, 20 minutes, 47 seconds are remaining on this clock. Ryan Healy, followed by Carpenter and Ruotsalainen. I'm Alexa Marshall, and this is the Sim Racing Alliance. 6 hours of Indianapolis to round out this season of the Endurance Championship. Of course, you've got your Team Series coming up on Tuesday and Wednesday nights, where of course I'm in the D3 box and Jay Queasy in D number 6, as well as the rest of the crews in the rest of the divisions. It's D1, D3, D5 on a Tuesday night, and then it's D2, D4, and D6 on a Wednesday night. So it's an interesting one. If you would like more action, feel free to watch it there. If you would like to see more amazing liveries like tonight, you can check out the livery and schedule reveal stream. There is some absolutely amazing stuff in there, including the videos by Selena Boonstra promoting the Nord series, which happens on a Friday night. We're trying to find a host for that series, however. Well, right now, here in Indianapolis, you've got myself, you've got our producer in the background, who I do not know if he wants to be named or not, but we will be going up to Jay Queasy. He is staying quiet. No idea why. Well, yes, this, honestly, I'll... like what? Why did that break me? Why did that comment break? Why did that comment break me? Is that a cow liver? Yes, that is. Why did all the comments to break me? Why is it? The Bentley. Why? Why out of all the I can't stop myself laughing because I can hear myself laughing in my headset. Why out of all the damage? Why out of all the living? Why have all work please, brain work. Why out of all the comments to break me this evening did it have to be that one? Why did that break me? And welcome in, Tierno. I am sorry, I cannot understand that. I cannot understand that. As we do continue. Right, I'm going to look away from the chat for a minute or two. Squeezy, I'll leave that to you. Because I feel like Phil that is Phil. I always get confused which account is Phil and which account is Arjun. Anyways, continuing on through this, we're currently watching Rossi, not Valentino Rossi, we're currently watching Emilia Rossi. The Porsche Motorsport car, as that is the cow livery, making its way past, and just going to move out the way. Lapped car, final driver on the grid, and Jeremy Mercer is now in the number 37, P number 5. And they will continue going. They've been in it for a while. Sat P number 5, 1.8 behind Queen Smith. Let's see if we can get a visual on that Lamborghini Huracan as we continue going around this circuit, further and further, faster and faster. Jeremy Mercer, Messiah Simracing Esports, trying to chase it down. That Trackalicious, still in that Trackalicious, looking delicious for the Lamborghini as he wants that ball. Coming around the final corner and onto the main straight as Emilia Rossi, currently sat P number 21, I believe also camped as they are going to be making their way through the circuit, currently 12 laps down in this endurance race, which realistically, when you think about how long we've been going, that isn't actually too bad. So we do continue going as we go further and further, closer and closer, lap after lap, minute after minute, and inch after inch, as each car will inch closer and closer to you real quick. And no idea why I've turned into, and I no idea why I've gone Dr. Zeus style. And we continue going on around this circuit as we go through the long left-hander into the back stretch. And it is down closer and closer. Jeremy Mercer closing in on Quinn Smith for every single moment, every single second, and we go every moment left. As, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to take a quick breather, but we'll leave the action live. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. we do continue going here, kind of opening air smart, as we do have right now Jerry Mercer versus Wayne Smith continuing on in this battle here. They've been going at it for quite a while, as being able to see, and of course run down of the grid order while I took a quick breather. And this is part of P number 4 currently happening out on circuit 0.341, the last time that they went through the timing zone. As around this circuit, timing can be quite infamous because it's very much a medium speed corner circuit, but you've also got that main and back straight when it comes down to it. So that's your key factor, especially coming into those especially coming into that final hour. You see that black culture, all the time moving over and off the track, not going to get caught in these battles as they do continue going on here. It is a optimum track surface, 32 degree track temperature, 32 degree track temperature, 29 degree ambient, 4 kilometers per hour wind, optimum track surface, no rain on the forecast. Hopefully like that for the rest of this race, unless ACC decides to throw a curveball and we have absolutely no rain in the last 30 minutes. But we right now have an interesting battle. We got the Trackulicious car driven by Quinn Smith defending against Jerry Mercer, which key factor here, Jerry Mercer, if he does not finish if he finishes P4 or lower, then Ryan E and Jeff Spangler, their team will win the team championship here in the endurance by 5 points. So let's wait and see what happens, shall we, as it's about to get spicy. And we continue going on for everything. And of course we can. As you know what, let's give some more for Rossi. They've been in it for a while. They're currently last. They're 13 laps down, but they're still here. Some people may have left, but they have kept it going. And they are still out there. They have persevered and they are continuing to go. One man who is also continuing to go is Jeremy Mercer. He's on the back of that BMW and it's closer and closer, inching every single lap, every opportunity. 1 hour, 6 minutes, 20 seconds remain. Lamborghini moves to the left hand side, will get side by side, looks for the outside line, that'll give him the inside of turn number 2, but the BMW cuts him off, and that is unlucky. As sip of Monster. Back to the racing. But right now, we're 177 laps into this race. How in the name of Indianapolis have we done this many laps? And yes, I get the Indy 500 is 200 laps, but you know what I mean. And it is right. I don't watch IndyCar. Can somebody tell me if I'm correct on that? Indy 500 is 200 laps, right? I've been watching too much Turbo. One man who will be Turbo though is Jeremy Mercer. Looking for the outside, looks for the inside, goes for the switchback, onto the throttle one more time, and onto the main straight. Yes, that's why it's 500 miles. And one more time, let's nip onto the fence in. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 200 laps. That's right now, looking for the inside. Jeremy Mercer knows the outside does not work. It didn't work out that lap time. To the left, looks to the right. It is 200 laps. Hey, alright, let's go. And if anybody asks why I asked for clarification, it's because it is going to be why I asked for clarification. It's 3:08 AM. That's why. As through this opportunity, it's unlucky. Jeremy Mercer's been behind Quinn Smith for quite a while now. One key factor you also have to think about right now, though, and big, big thing. It's a big, big thing. You've got to think about the stint timers. As Jerry Mercer looks at the opportunity, does get side by side, goes through the S's, not going to work out that time though. And that is extremely, extremely unlucky. And that is not going to work out. And honestly, you may have something to eat this early hour in the morning. You may want something to eat at this early hour in the morning, at least for here in the UK. And some people may say that you want cake, but some bean houses may be saying you can't have cake. You know what's better than cake? Monster. No, not that. This is just a battle which is getting closer and closer. Don't worry, I know not to make that actual jump. Almost on the back of him, and that was real close to the rear bump. That was real close to the rear diffuser of the BMW, was the Lamborghini. As these two, once again, we saw this the lap before, into the S's. It is all over the place for these two drivers. They're right on the back of each other. They are not wanting to give each other any space. They're on an absolute masterclass, and this is what we love to see. This is why we love sim racing. If anybody asks you, why do you like sim racing, or why do you like racing in general, show them stuff like this. Two drivers giving it everything they've got out on the circuit. It is perfection. It is lovely. It's known, and this is why we love it. It doesn't matter who you drive for, who you watch, or perhaps who you have signs for, who you listen to, who you talk about. What matters is the passion which is shown as Jerry Mercer still lap after lap continues to fight away at Quinn Smith. Quinn Smith also with that passion, putting on a defence like you see here as you head through turn number 6, through the medium speed left-hander as it is in the loop. No longer use IRL as much. They use the chicane, but you love it here in ACC. It's not as much grip, but it still maybe makes these interesting opportunities. Jerry Mercer looks for the outside line, heading into turn number 8, goes to the switchback, uses a little bit too much curb. And that is just unlucky. He could not get through, and it seems to be the key factor. With each one of these laps, he gets a run on the main straight, but he can't get quite through. That gap just closes. That little gap just keeps on moving down as Jeff Spangler comes into the pit lane. Ilpo was the line in P number 2. Carpenter pits in Spangler, I should say. My early hour break as we do continue going down this main straight, and like I was saying, can Jerry Mercer get another push here? It's now Carpenter P1, Brooks line at P2, Spangler P number 3, Quinn continues to hold on the P number 4, Anton Rushovic continues now, Rushovic I should say, continues now as they continue going. This battle, this fight, this known place, this home of American motorsport is what we love. And somebody in the Twitch chat and language, I can never remember who it is. Please tell me who you are. I can never remember who you are. I feel like it's not that I don't want to be wrong. Somebody in the Twitch chat just saying, and this is complete. It's Diego. I always get. I apologise. As somebody in Twitch chat putting it, as I'm gonna look to this real quick, make sure I'm not losing anything. There we go. Somebody in Twitch chat saying the cars are fake, but the racing is real. Phil, are you messing with me? Phil always messes with me. You know this, Jay. I know. But nah, Phil saying the cars are fake, but the racing is real. And that is very, very true. It doesn't matter if you're on controller, installing a booster, or if you have a rig. Each time you sit down in that seat and you, doesn't matter if you put your hands on your controller or you grab a wheel and you put that pedal to the metal and your foot to your floor, the racing is there. The adrenaline, the adrenaline, the pressure, it all builds up. And sometimes, I'm going to quote TikTok here a sec, sometimes when that car reaches over 7,000 revs per minute, everything just fades and you become one with the car. It doesn't matter if they're real or if they're fake. When you are on the sim, you are racing. And this battle continues. I thought... Continuing round into the final stretch. Down this main straight we will go. Jeremy Mercer still going to be going for it. Quinn Smith on the defensive. Trackalicious on the defensive. Heading down further and further, faster and faster. Every moment, every opportunity, every single second. And it is just unlucky. As we head into the final hour, Jeremy Mercer still trying to get past. Quinn Smith on the defensive. And of course, he's going to be looking for me down the inside, but the gap just closes. They're still going at it. And of course, this racing is just one as Jeremy Mercer finally going to be going for it. Looks to be outside onto the marbles though. Not going to work out that time. And onto the back stretch we will go. Further and further, closer and closer. As every single bit as we continue going, as we go closer and closer, as the queue is ready and raring to go. It doesn't matter if you hit the pool queue or you hit the racing queue, but this is one hell of a battle, isn't it, Jay? Both.
And just like magic, I'm back. Nothing happened. Don't worry, it's OBS things. But yeah, hello and good evening, SRA Nation. What have I missed in that? Joking.
You've been here the whole time. Otherwise, Jay, I think everybody knows at this point. If I'm on commentary, somebody's in the box with me. I think everybody knows that at this point.
Right.
Exactly.
I'm going to mute myself again really quickly because I need to figure out my mic settings. So you guys carry on and watching this intense battle between Jeremy Mercer and Quinn Smith.
So this battle, it's been going for ages. We'll feed the information to Jay. He totally hasn't been here for some time. You know how it is. Coming into the final hour, gets a little bit easy. Yeah. As Jay Queasy, Quinn Smith, currently in the battle with Jeremy Mercer. So many people named starts with J. As Quinn Smith currently defending from Jeremy Mercer, still lap after lap at the moment, as we're now down to 31.3 track temperature, 29-degree ambient, on a tour track surface, and no rain on their forecast. And this battle will continue going. And on the into one more time. We saw this lap before. Jeremy Mercer is going to be on the attack one more time. The Lamborghini trying to make its way through, as Jeff Spangler also now 2.7 behind it problems alignment, who has been coming this entire starting solo. So can we, you know what? Can we get some, guys, while Jake does this thing, this battle goes on, can we get some love in the chat for all the drivers who are doing this tonight? Because some of them have teammates, some of them are going solo, but they've all taken time out of their weekend to come and join us here at SRA and put on this absolutely lovely racing action for us. As Jeremy Mercer looks at the outside, is going for the parade. He looked at the inside last time, it did not work out. Going to be going down on the inside, side by side with the S's, never usually works. He's in the team series. They're going to go for it though. A little bit of a rear end wobble, and that is going to be Quinn Smith, who loses out to Jeremy Mercer. But it's not done yet. A little bit of a touch on the rear end of that Lamborghini heading down through the inside maybe, and Jeremy Mercer finally, after what seems like an entire hour, finally gets past Quinn Smith, but it may not be done yet. Heading down through the right-hander, down the main stretch, and closer each time. Further and further, it's not over yet. Quinn Smith is right alongside him. A little bit of a touching off the bump of the wheel guards. Looks to the outside, down into turn number one, goes over the curve. Quinn Smith versus Jeremy Mercer. It's tricky, but he loses out, and Jeremy Mercer now begins to open up a little bit of a gap, Jay.
He certainly does, and I'm back, and hopefully I'm sounding a little bit better than I was before. But yes, what a race we've had. I mean, we started out with Bopgate, which was a little bit of a unfortunate. Well, you know, they just gave the first half was everybody has no box. We've quickly sorted that. Everybody's for the last 3 hours been back to what they should be. It's a shame for all the people that didn't pick to Ford out there. I know there was a few people who wish they had in the end, given the fact that they didn't do that. But yeah, we've had a heck of a race. Ilpa getting held up there between this fantastic battle between Doug Mitchell and Cole. And now we're treated to Jeremy Mercer and Quinn Smith. The question on everybody's lips, of course, is whether or not Jeremy Mercer will go on now in 50 minutes and make up the gap between himself and third place. That is the only thing that might determine the outcome of this championship. Jeff Spangler and his team, Jeff Spangler and Nelson Carpenter, needs Jeremy Mercer to finish fourth as well. If they want to go home and take away the championships after 6 very long races. So we'll see how that one builds out. At the moment, I'm just taking a look at the predictions. The stint times Jeremy Mercer is coming up in 53 minutes. Of course, as we said before, the teams are allowed a 65-minute stint each. We've got Andrew Wilson at 57 and 58 minutes. Anton Rashevich on... he's just coming this way. Kodromo on 59 minutes. Somebody who's definitely going to have to come in and hopefully get out on time. I don't know who it was. Michael Jeffries. She's got 30 seconds. But yeah, so everybody's rounding up. We're going into the last now. All the strategies, we'll see how they've played out, who's pitted, when have they pitted, and what it's going to do to the races. Jeffrey's finally comes out of the pit just in time, I think. And we have a 45 or 48 minute showdown. Over to you, Alex.
Basically, everybody's going to be coming into their final stints. So that's the question. Are you going to switch drivers? Have you got those spare tyres? And that's the key factor when it comes down to the top three on all of the lead lap. Possibly Jeremy also comes down and onto as I don't think he's being lapped by Austin Carpenter or Ilko Salainen. So they're all on the lead lap, but that's they've got to make their pit. They've got to take that final stint because it's a 65 minute stint timer. So if they did not make their pit after the 65-minute remaining mark, aka 1 hour 5 minutes, they are not coming in. They are not going to take their pit. So that's the key question. When are they going to be coming in? And right now, Jeff Spangler is all over the back of Ilko Ruotsalainen. And Rundle, of course, Ilko Ruotsalainen, I've got to give props to this man, being solo this entire time.
Especially given what happened at Paul Ricard. Your heart has to go out to unfortunately getting taken out by a lapped car in a very the final 2 corners of the entire race. So this is a good redemption arc for Ilko. He's got about 9 minutes left in the stint, so this is just a case of I mean, I don't know, do you fight it? You know you're ultimately going to lose a position to him.
I mean, well, that's the thing. Another thing you've got to think about is, does this man have tyres? Does Ilko have that spare set of tyres? Because if he does, he's got 10 minutes left in his stint timer. He could do a pit stop a little bit during about the time that the pit stop in the Team Series. So, realistically, it may just be for Ilko that this becomes a bit of a Team Series race towards the end.
It certainly could be, and I know that Spangler trying to do what he can to well, I don't know if you're Spangler, you need Ilko to keep going. So I don't know what you do again if you're Jeff Spangler. Do you try and pressure him for an overtake? Do you make him defend and lose time, or sort of a catch-22 for Jeff here? Really, these
like
guys need to chat and agree to change positions. Get the crew chiefs to.
I feel like there's some bias here. I mean, is it because there's Hines on that? Is it because there's Hines on that McLaren?
No, it's what they need to win the championship.
Okay, yeah, that is true. That is fair enough. And up over the curb, a little bit of air time. Did not know that McLaren made flying cars. I thought Jordan was the only one to support F1 cars and roller coasters, but apparently not. As actually, then again, now that joke would be more suiting for Laguna Seca. As right now, continuing to go around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway through the road course, through the loop, which is hardly ever used in real life anymore, thanks ACC, and then onto the back stretch. Here comes the McLaren, but that Aston Martin, you're an Aston Martin driver yourself.
Unfortunately, yeah.
You know what this Aston Martin is like.
Ooh,
and
looks like Spangler's making a move, is he?
It looks like he's going to go for it down the inside, but it's not going to work out that time. He's going to have to slot in behind through the S's because you do not want to risk it.
So I don't really know what happens here if Spangler doesn't manage to overtake Carpenter. Oh well, having said that, again, Carpenter also needs to pit. So Jeff is still de facto first place. So he can actually afford to just stay behind Ilko, whether or not he wants to as a motor driver, a motor racer. I don't know. We also have Downland's P15. We have Ladislav Maverick. Although they are 2 different classifications. Silver. In terms of leading the silver, you have Codromo. And let's go back. Missed the overtaking end.
think it's just one of these textbook moves when it comes down to it. Looking for that inside line, a little bit of flash, looks to be inside, maybe a little bit, trying to communicate a little bit, just moves to the inside, goes for it, and it looks like Elpo didn't really put up that much of a fight in the end.
Very much. However, Quinn Smith is making up time again on Jeremy Mercer, so this battle isn't over either. He's been hanging in there. For somebody who was behind for so long, I wonder if those tyres on the Lamborghini are sort of waning a little bit. Mercer's sorry, Smith is in charge.
Yeah, but wait and see as
They both have to.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Andrew Wilson's just come in. They've made their final pit stop. The team in P7, Landon Delabez, P8, seemingly yet to pit. They move up into P7. Andrew Wilson falling a little bit behind due to that, as we now have Donovan Colton in the All-Shirt teams, and we also have Maverick, the Greek looking for the moves, as maybe a little bit of an incident.
No, I was trying to catch the overtake, but yeah, Vladislav Maverick overtaking for this one. There's Donovan Colton chance only 5.2 seconds for this one. As Ilpo's coming to
Lining. I think that may be why he didn't put that much of a fight. I think he knew that he was going to be pitting that lap.
Yeah, there wasn't really much to argue with there, I don't think, and really for anything to. I mean, let's take a look. So, let's take a look. So, Ilpo's just pitting. Mercer's also. So, Ilpo also versus. So this will be a deadlock race between the two. Still something like about 13 seconds. This was a championship decider. Zilpo's already on the exit. So more than a 13-second gap. But that's a long time for Mercer to make it. I think it's something more like 30 seconds, judging by that, as Mercer comes out of the pit box.
Like we said earlier, like I was saying earlier, the amount of time that you lose here at Indianapolis in the pit stop is actually quite large compared to the lap time, rather than circuits like what circuits can I say?
I don't know. What's a short? What's it? The Dutch one. Zandvoort's a really short one. Really short one.
Especially Zandvoort without tying those pit boxes. Oh my god. As we'll wait and see actually, because this circuit is such a long one.
So he's got 40 minutes.
Well, that's the thing. One mistake from any of these drivers can end up being the key factor here, because you can just keep on driving the entirety of your race without really having to worry about anything happening behind you if you don't make a mistake. Whereas if you make a mistake, then you do have to worry about what's happening behind you. So that may be the factor of you just decided, I'm just going to continue doing my race here. I'm going to do what I can, put the pedal to the metal, and just hope that I either begin to catch up or something happens in front of me which will cause me to catch up, as Quinn Smith now comes into the pit lane.
Yeah, as expected. Oh, they're a bit early on the time, so the strategy is the one on the fire on the moment is the one on screen, Donovan Colton. Also, like we said before, first shout out to So they are 175. It's they've just been. Ooh, it's getting much touch off track as well. That Porsche is looking a bit battered and bruised. But you know what? I love it. The rookie car, they've stayed in it. They should get some really good points from their finishing. There's only 21 cars on the circuit. So it's 100% perfect.
Like I think that's one of the things that some people may take for granted. When you're just racing around a circuit and you just keep on going, you naturally just pick up those points. Like, because some people may just end up having disconnect issues or something like that. Like when I started doing the commentary earlier, there were 22 drivers, there were 22 cars on the road, and we have lost one. So that's a position to pick up as we see the move right here of, as we see the battle track Alicious and the Lamborghini again through the S's, a little bit of bargy, almost yeah. And that is off you go. You went real far back for that.
Yeah, well, you know, a bit of contact, you love to see it. Depends what they want, you know. We still have. Oh, so Donovan. Oh my goodness, I'm not doing very well tonight. I mean, where are our cousins from over the pond for the commentary, considering it's the two Brits? But he did explain on losing at another position. Didn't seem like it was much of a fight in the end, and we're making quite a lot of guys. And that then makes it our closest fight would be Quinn Smith and Jeremy Mercer for 4th place.
So that is going to be just very unlucky. The gap's seeming to open up a little bit more again around this circuit. So it's just a key factor is Jeremy Mercer is chilling and keeping the ball. He's having a fun time.
He did make a big gain on that last lap, gained about 6 you know, it's one thing catching up to the car, but as we've seen tonight with Doug, with Koa, with who we just watched, you know, passing is another thing. So you need to give yourself enough time to make the pass. To catch up.
Yeah, that may be why. It keeps on happening, because it just gets unlucky, because if you pit way too late, you're not going to have the chance to get faster, and you're not going to have the chance to close in that gap. But if you pit too early, and when you do eventually catch up, your tyres are going to be having a few moments. So you need to find that sweet little spot where your tyres aren't too fresh, aren't too old, you have enough time to catch up, and you just need to wonder, how is that strategy, how is that position, how is that placing going to help you out in a race, especially a endurance race like this?
Yeah, exactly. It's only really the last, I would say, 30 minutes that you can really start to understand how strategy is playing out and what the impact of that is. It's really mutual. Ending off, I think, a blue flag. Let me just double check. It is a blue flag. Anton Rushevic's team. So, sorry, not even. I've got that completely wrong. It's Michael Jeffries versus. That'll be Anton Rushevich. So. Quinn Smith has started to drop away. Jeremy Mercer is behind. So, although he didn't have the best of last laps, he's gained almost 9 of a second. So, there is still an opportunity.
So, yeah, that is the key factor. Like, you got. That's the tricky thing here. We've got 34 minutes, 18 seconds left in this race. Yeah, it's a tricky one, really. I'm sorry if we seem out of the chat. I'm sorry if I seem a little bit out of it. It's 3:38 AM.
Yeah. Donovan Colton is starting to after being in the naughty step for his actions in his early stint. To this exact time. Can't make his way up the wing. He's 1.8 seconds now behind. There's a pretty long way after he's made that pass, if he makes it. So, at the moment, it's looking like E14 is going to be the best of one of them in this team. As Mercer's coming around the final few corners now. A little bit of traffic ahead of him.
Somebody in chat saying, what happened to our esteemed leader Jason Allen and his noble steed? Michael, I'll carry you to victory, Menning.
They're not in the race. So in fact, I can give you an exclusive.
Exclusive?
Just offline. I was going to say he's probably playing Balatro or something, as Jason Allen likes to do, but he's just fully offline. I think he might have gone to. I think I understand he's gone to watch an Oakland A's game, is what I was told by Bailey Keshka. Jason Allen, a big Oakland A's fan. Or The Bachelor.
Oakland who? Never heard of him.
Jason's favourite team. Everybody make sure to let Jason know about this.
Anyways, where is this thing? Hashtag Alexa Allen. Where has this come from?
This is you saying every 30 minutes what the time is.
Hey, that's
So,
only for endurance.
Another game. Jeremy's still gaining. He's 23.6 behind with 31 seconds. Let me go away and crunch numbers here real quick.
Well, and while Jake, words, crunches the numbers, we will look for what is happening out on track right now. It's very case of actually. Picking up the fastest lap of this race, in the 777 Ferrari. It is P number 18 there currently, and continuing on here, Maverick P number 14. We're currently watching P number 12 at the 116 Porsche, getting a lot of viewing of that American flag. Now we go to Michael Jeffers. We continue in P number 10, and they're just making their way around this multi circuit. The sun is beginning to set. You can see the sun glare beginning to rain down on these drivers as they come through these final parts of the circuit. It's going to be coming into the loop. You can see it. Look at that sunset. That lovely little sunset. It's a shame that it's pitch black outside right now. And we continue going through the loop onto the back stretch.
So my estimate is that Mercer needs to be lapping 1 to 1.5 seconds faster than Cooper in order to close the distance with 5. That gives him a 5-minute window to make the car. He needs to. He's not far off, but he's certainly not 1 to 1.5 seconds. So he needs to still pick it as he goes in the balance. So he's clearly trying to. However, whatever he's done is ended up costing him a little bit. He's costing about a second down in his last lap. So it's. I think that was probably to try and make the pass.
So yeah, that's the interesting thing. So you said he's got a 5-minute window, but he's going to have to go push.
Well, that's to give him a 5-minute window to overtake Wilbur. So that's to get within striking distance in 5 minutes, with 5 minutes left.
Yeah. So push.
It's instead of hammer time, it's looking at Donovan Colton now, right up the backside there of Vladislav Maverick as the Porsche almost pits, trying to get out of the way. And I think that's the Porsche Jack Rouge.
Oh, that got real close with the Macca.
Certainly did. Let's see what that Lexus can do. The Lexus may have met its match on the straight line speed with the Bentley, but we're about to find out with the drag that Donovan Colton's going to have down. Is he going to try and dive down the inside here? He thinks better of it. Just deciding instead to close that gap up as much as he possibly can, as he does around that corner. Look at that gain. This is all going to be set up for whether or not he can make it on the back straight, if you can call it that, roughly half the length of the start finish straight, and make a dive into turn 9.
Boldly on the defensive as we head to turn number 6. Into turn number 7, and then onto the back stretch, as you called it, and it quite literally is the back stretch, technically. Heading down the back stretch. He's also got a McLaren right behind him, but his blue flags, and the Lexus does have to move. Yeah, Lexus moves out of the way, just not wanting to get anywhere near it. Lets Andrew Wilson through. Oh, hey, that's a UK flag.
It certainly is. You know that one. Yes, you know that one.
I feel like the phone was traveling forward. I should know all flags. Yeah, I don't.
Last lap, Mercy game force is still not enough.
Andrew Wilson did move through. Maybe the Lexus trying to follow through there, but it seemingly didn't work out that time.
I think that Lexus has got a good drag though going down here. Let's see, because that Bentley's going to be held up behind the McLaren because of that straight line speed. Let's see what happens. Does Donovan T? He does. He tries to go for the move. Oh, the Bentley tries a strange cover off there. Doesn't. I'm not sure what's happened there. Donovan Colton losing out though in the end. That will probably go to a Stewards report.
Yeah, let's get a replay. Yeah, let's see if we get a replay on that, because that was we do get a replay. Oh, we'll leave that to the stewards, but that looked very, very late when he was already along slap. Well,
I think what was happening, the Bentley was probably focusing on that Macca ahead of him again. You know, that slipstream difference. The Bentley probably panicked a little bit. Wasn't paying attention to the also on his inside, and that's what's happened. But nevertheless, it's driving without due care and attention, which is a finable offence, at least, or an arrestable offence.
Maybe not so much in America. We'll leave that to the stewards, who have a better understanding than us two freaks.
That was for position. So Donovan got another 2.3 seconds. So we'll see. Back up, plenty of time to do it. 25 minutes, although that's not going to help.
The track is the black stuff, not the green stuff.
That's really. We have to try and get a replay of that. Sort of chat. So he's gone off there, trying to correct himself as he comes through the final corner of turn 15. Sorry, turn 14. And coming through turn 15 now. Decides to cut it a bit wide. Lexus just not turning in. And what a save! What a save, Donovan Colton.
What a save. The heck is this, Rocket League?
What a save! Well, to reflect Philippe in our comments. I believe that was
I got complimented once on an American accent, but I'm not going to do it.
Brown flag indeed, sir. Brown flag also.
Was it? Actually, I think it was actually Valencia in Jordan's.
What was?
When I got complimented on the American accent.
Oh no, I remember that, and it definitely wasn't.
It was sarcasm.
So Ilpo putting in some pretty good lap times, just doing what he needs to do to try and maintain the back. just under 0.4 seconds. So gap is now 22.3. So if you Jeff Spangler and Co at the moment, so it's Jeff Spangler and Ryan Yee. And after you're looking pretty at the moment, you're looking good. So good for them. That sounded sarcastic, it wasn't meant to.
We're just tired.
Let's have a look. We haven't focused much. We haven't focused enough on the cow and the Mustang. As you know what, I didn't even see your comment there, Philippe, as I switched over to him. But yeah, the Mustang down there in E19 leading the rookie class at the moment. So I think that's not really a contest. He's about 11 laps ahead of the other rookies. Just out there, enjoying himself, taking it in, soaking it all in, reflecting on what has been a very action-packed 6 races, and looking forward to season 2 of the SRA.
Do you know what other details you can also keep track of? Because just before we get back into these final 20 minutes, then we'll get back into the race in action. We can't do this without our sponsors, can we, Jay?
We certainly can't. So give us a minute, guys. We'll be back with you while we just take a look at the lull in the action. And go ahead and thank our sponsors when I figure out how to use OBS. There we go. A huge thank you to our SRA sponsors and title sponsors for supporting us here at SRA, as well as support from Documise, a modern business solution for product management. Go to documise.com to learn more today. And support from Retro Saga, a North American-based gaming company that provides accessories for your favourite classic systems, including Nintendo, Sega, PlayStation, and much more. Enhance your retro gaming experience today at retrosaga.ca. And a big thank you to our affiliates, Track Racer. Experience redefined gaming with Track Racer's high-quality sim rigs and accessories. Use code SRATE at checkout to support us. Armamentario, a toolbox for ACC that will enhance your chance to win. Enjoy a fully customizable and enhanced HUD to change the way you experience ACC. AT3D Sim Shop. Upgrade your sim racing experience today with premium 3D printed accessories featuring precision crafted magnetic shifters, sleek cable management solutions, versatile stream deck mounts, and immersive dashboard displays. Their innovative designs enhance performance and style, elevate every lap with top-tier quality and craftsmanship at at3d.net. Go Setups, premium esports setups for everybody. Use our affiliate link on our Discord and take your drive to the next level. Castle and Cauldron, a home-based crafting business specialising in handmade Harry Potter, Fantastic Beasts and Fairy World collectibles. Magic wands, potions, mini dioramas, wall decor, costumery, cosplay, and much more. Castle and Cauldron is where crafting meets the magical. Visit facebook.com/Castle Cauldron. And from KP Concepts, your source for custom automotive renderings, graphic design, and printing. We spend countless hours making you look all good for the spectacle. Check out kpconcepts.com for more. Alright, we are back, and thank you again to all of our sponsors. We do appreciate it. As well as local sponsors as well. We're back on board at the moment with, we're going to go ahead with Jeremy Mercer, who is 21 seconds behind the opponents. So it's a lonely race, but it's an important one for Jeremy. He's got some important hot laps left in the go. Donovan Colton is caught back up with Ladislav Maverick. Going into turns 11, which will be to be getting back up. The pace is obviously there, but he just needs to find a way past it again.
Yeah, that's the thing. You just gotta find your way through when it comes down to racing like this. He's got Maverick right in front of him. He's got not the Mustang, He's got the bottled milk. He's got the bottled milk Bentley. And that's kind of what it looks like, in my opinion. But we do continue going on here as well, watching Henderson. Apparently the game is just giving drivers random nationalities.
I think it is definitely, because it is, I don't know, it seems to show them and then not show them.
Like it's a game feature, and we go down into turn number 5. Luckily enough, no yellow flags. You can already see the sun beginning to set. That is going to be possibly a beautiful shot for the finish line.
Gorgeous shot to finish what has been a gorgeous season. So, yeah, I mean, these guys are all troopers. Anyone doing the endurance races, you're absolutely troopers. An hour is enough for me. Philippe there, not only, he's double timing, not only is he quote unquote out and about, he is commentating in the comments and he is also pit crew, or chief crew chiefing, commenting that the Merc is, someone gets really close going on to the through turn 12 into turn 13, just wide.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to go for the outside there, going through those final few corners. But we know this Lexus is light damn straight, but so is the Bentley. So we'll have to wait and see. I believe the Americans call it a crew chief, rather than a team principal like they do in Formula 1. So I think it is crew chief.
I'll tell you what we'll do. Alex Hansen, since you're there, why don't we drag you in real quick for a very quick interview, because it'll be great to hear from you and your team, especially as we watch your team battling with London and Cole. So why don't we drag you into the booth and you can sit through it with us and tell us how your team's going on so far. Although you've got to be in the race chat. Yeah, so all you got to do is go into people's channel.
Yeah, Alex, we can do it right now. Well, welcome to Endurance Racing. We do interviews anytime, anywhere. Very happy we are watching Donovan Colton as this race does continue on. 15 minutes 39 seconds remaining here in this race. Just bang release followed by Carpenter and Russolino to round out the podium. As continuing on a little bit further down is Fire Queso with the fastest lap in the 777 Ferrari. And very, very wide for Donovan Colton. Almost hits the barrier coming onto the main straight, and it's a there's 5 cars here. It's an absolute
That's Ilpo once again. That's Ilpo. So this is laying into the hands here at the moment of Jeremy Madison. Not too much slower cars. This is playing right into the hands of Jeremy Madison.
Always Ilpo. I feel bad for Ilpo. I feel it's always Ilpo this race. I feel bad for Ilpo. This is the second time this has happened where there's been a battle in front of him, but then he's coming up to lap them, and because they're battling, it takes a while to get past them. I genuinely feel bad for Ilpo. Like, can we get some hashtag justice for Ilpo in the chat? Because this man deserves justice, because this is the second time this race has happened.
Lusang's got out of the way, but it's Donovan Colton going to get out of the way. That's the thing. Let's go ahead and have a look and see what this is doing to That's down to 18 seconds, so this is hemorrhaging for Ilpo right now. Oh, as Ilpo makes contact. Not again, Ilpo. Not again. Stay clean. 13 minutes left to go, Ilpo. 13. Come on.
13 minutes left to go in turn number 13. Double unlucky for some. Ilpo goes around the outside. He wants that straight line speed.
Donovan saying, you know
straight.
what, I don't want to do this anymore. You go, Ilpo,
Stark, I don't feel so good. As continuing
16
on.
seconds is the.
Whoa!
Oh, is the Mercedes making a strange attempt there on Donovan?
Oh,
Bit of a
that's
dive.
that's the position.
That
That's
is
Henderson.
position, yeah.
So
That is.
this wasn't going on before. This is happening now.
Oh.
Donovan loses the rear end, and that is just unlucky. So that's everything's bunched up
That
now.
has not gone Donovan's.
We could have a free-way fight here. In fact, no way. Pally and Queso are a lot behind.
Look at this
we
mess. Leader wrapped up in it as well.
Yeah, so this is just really, really unlucky for Donovan because he was trying to have a battle. He had to move out the way for Tire Queso. That gave Henderson the opportunity to move through with that interesting move. Now it's coming the leader of Jeff Spangler. Donovan Colton is just not catching a break in these last 5 minutes.
He's absolutely. And yeah, I mean that is just reshaped that entire fight. You know, 1 minute you're up behind trying to overtake for one position, and next you're 2 positions down. So and all that because Donovan did the right thing and got out of his way. Bad thing for Ilpo is that means that Jeremy Mercer's now only 15 minutes and second. 12 minutes left. Another race for position that we're seeing is Anton Rushevich trying to make the pass on Quinn Smith. Also got an overtake. Oh my goodness, there's contact all over the place. This is elbows out racing. Henderson making the move there and Gladys left. Maverick. More is going on.
I'm going to be honest, we have not seen Henderson that much this race, as here comes Donovan Colton actually looking for the move on Maverick. So Maverick seemed to drop back a little bit further now that Ilpo runs the line and has caught up to him. I haven't seen Henderson that much this race, but in these last 5 minutes, he's come out and nowhere, elbows out, and he's in his final 15 minutes, he's put on a proper charge, and here comes Jeff Spangler just absolutely siphoning through this lap of traffic.
So this is the move now. This is Anton Rushevich versus Quinn Smith going down the back straight here. Anton Rushevich going wide. Smith maintaining that position on the apex. It's all going to go down to this back straight. I reckon it's BMW versus Aston Martin. Pretty well equipped, both of them for the straight.
Through the right-hander, we will go BMW and the Aston. The Aston probably has the advantage of straight line speed. BMW in the corners.
I'm going to take a quick look here at how Donovan made it past. I don't think it was cleanly.
Well, we'll wait and see. He moves to the right-hand side. Oh! He goes down the inside.
Well, it's a difficult one. I mean, if you're the Bentley and you moved out the way, it's difficult to come into it as well. If you're trying to make your way out, you can't really shut the door as he tried to do on Donovan there. And Donovan runs away with it now, with his eyes set on Henderson now 3 seconds up the road.
Either way, it's down to the stewards.
Another one down to I don't want to be the stewards for that last 3 minutes. As we enter into the last 10 minutes of the race and the last 10 minutes of the endurance.
Yeah, these final 10 minutes these are going to be the big ones, realistically, because anything and everything has comes through, because 10 minutes in these final ones, desperation may start to kick in with these final moments. With each opportunity that you are given, you have to take it, especially in these dying Gembers. Each dying Gember could be one that you need to grasp in the middle of your palm get that fire under your hood and ignite it. Pull that extra power into the engine and slam the foot all the way to the floor. Get every single inch, every single millimeter, every single ounce of power out of that car which you have underneath. Of course, doesn't matter if it's a V10, V8, V6, cut gears, straight gears. It is, you are one with the car. 8 minutes, 21 seconds remain here, and Rushovic is all over the back of Quinn Smith as we head down into turn number 1.
And we're going to take a quick opportunity. I really wanted to do this all night, so with the 8 minutes left in the race, it's really important to me that we're going to get Amelia Rossi into the chat. So car number 81, and let's have a talk with Amelia and see how it's going. Amelia, welcome to the commentary booth. Thank you so much for agreeing to have a very quick chat with us. I know you're probably going to see the end of the race with a teammate, but talk us through it. So how's the season gone? How's this race gone for you and your teammates? Only the two of you racing? Was there normally always two of you, or has somebody dropped out?
Yeah. Microphone working?
Yeah, there we go. We can hear you.
Okay. So this was our first race of the season. We just joined we were looking to try an endurance event just to try something new and see how it goes, and we found this one, and we ended up skipping last race and just trying to do just the last race of the season, so it's like a low commitment type thing.
Nice. Okay. And how have you found it?
It has been really fun, really stressful, really tiring. Learning a ton.
And have you done much ACC up to this point, or are you guys still quite new to it?
So both of us were in kind of a casual league in the first Assetto Corsa game, and recently, in the last few months, switch over to ACC. And so we had done public lobbies and stuff, but this was our first sanctioned league race.
Well, you'll have to see if you can get involved with the team series if you want a bit of extra racing, because that's still going on. That's just started. See where you guys lay up against that. But look, awesome race. We won't hold you too long as we're going to the cameras. I want to give you guys a shout out, and you've done a really good job. And we love it when things don't necessarily go to plan, but you guys stick with it. It's awesome to see. So congratulations anyway for sticking with it. And
we knew going into the beginning that we were going to end up at the back, so we've just been kind of spending all race trying to learn as much as we can and try to figure things out so that we can make the next one better.
Well, look, I mean, I have to tell you that if I was in this endurance race with Alexa as my co-driver, I don't think we'd be much further ahead or behind you. So you've done absolutely fine by my mark.
You'd be smaller, I don't have a PC.
Exactly, so we'd be really screwed, to be honest.
Exactly.
Cool. Amelia, I'll drag you back into the chat. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, thank you for chatting.
Absolutely. All the best with it, and hopefully you'll see you in the next series as well.
See ya.
I sent Amelia to in the chat. Anyway, sort that out. Back with the racing though. Rushevit's still trying to make a move down the inside, down the outside, around the outside. Still not making it. Let's see, because Jeremy Mercer has made a huge amount of time as well into the last. He's only 13 seconds behind, but it's not going to be enough. Needed, as I said, to make up the 1.5 seconds a lap. Didn't manage to do that. The last 5 minutes, 13 seconds to make up. It's looking pretty good, isn't it, Alexa? For Jeff Spangler and
pretty good for him. For that move at turn number 1 for Rushovic, that was almost picture same to the lap before. But we saw Quinn Smith in his battle against Mercer earlier on. He knows how to defend. It took the battle between those two was going on for an hour. Well, nearly an hour, I should say. Probably maybe over it. It genuinely felt like it. I genuinely have no idea how long we've been watching that. But it's happening again. Quinn Smith knows how to defend. He knows where to put that BMW, and he's shown it tonight. He's holding it in that place. He's holding his own out there, as well as the rest of the Trackalicious team. And it's just, this is why we love endurance racing, because each driver really comes into their own, and you can really see how different drivers, with the team series, you see how the driver solo over an hour, but in an endurance tech like this, unless they're going solo like Ilko Ruotsalainen, you really see how they work together as a team and how different styles can work when every single driver has to run one single cell.
All I know is that, you know, obviously Quinn Smith watched the demonstration in defending that I gave everybody in Division 3 in the team series this week, where I had at one point at least a third of the grid held up in my train towards the end for about 20 minutes. So
until you had a big crash, which we didn't catch.
Until I was ruthlessly murdered. It's the only way that I can, you know, express it. You know what? The worst part about that wasn't even the fact that I was murdered, but it was the fact that I ultimately had to give opposition to my arch nemesis, my league arch nemesis. So very upset about that. But you know, I was proud of the defensive work. I could see Smith obviously took the nose and is putting that into action as well. So try and navigate around the tight Ford Mustang, Anton Rushvich, all should trying to go through that 12, all three of them. They're tight there, but Quinn Smith still sticking to the right defensive position there. And Anton's really going to try and make a move down the straight, but I think he's going to get it done without being down the straight.
Well, the key factor here as well, they're going to have to get it done soon. The leader of Jess Van Wers just crossed the line with just over 2 minutes remaining, meaning this will be the penultimate lap here in the Indianapolis endurance event. No, the blue flags fly for many of the drivers around the circuit, but Anton is not going to give it up. He's never going to let you down. He looks to go around the outside, but it seems like he's going to have to desert it. But it's not going to work out that time, and it's picture exactly. That's 3 laps in a row. He's tried that move. It hasn't worked out. I feel like he's going to have to try something else. Maybe if desperation sets in.
Runs a bit wide there.
A little bit wide, Quinn Smith's right there as well, but it may work out there. Into turn number 6, looks at the outside move. Aston Martin can carry a little bit more momentum in the Beamer. Not going to work out. Rear end slips out. Quinn Smith keeps it clean. Through turn number 7. Try not to run too wide, otherwise the grass can catch you out a little bit. But it's a little bit touching grass onto the back stretch. Onto the back stretch, Jay.
Yeah, onto the back stretch. Anton really, you know, feeling the pressure now. He's got to make this move. Got one more lap to do it. It's just across the start-finish line for what is the last lap. He's coming around turn 15 now. So the pressure is on. You know, Aston Martin versus BMW. 6 whole races of varying degrees, hundreds, if not thousands, of laps put in by every team here. I mean, we've already had 200 odd laps in this race alone. So how can this impact them? What can they do here? And you know, can he make this move stick? But we will go over and we'll try and keep these guys for just a little bit longer, but we'll make sure to get Jeff crossing the line as well. But yeah, Alexa, I'm going to leave this to you for the final lap.
So Anton continues to look at that move, but it's not going to work out. Smith has been on a massive defensive play here. The white flag fly around the circuit, signalling this is the final lap. This is your last chance, but desperation may start to kick in. Smith has put that pedal there. He is starting to pull that gap open. Anton continuing to close down as we do go down into the loop for turn number 6, but it's not working out that time either. Smith has had the defence on a lion. He unfortunately lost out to Mercer, but the Mercer has not done enough. He did not do 1.5 per lap, meaning that the leader, as they come through turn number 12, down into 13, and it is going to be this man. They have done everything they needed to do. Madhouse Racing, Vitas, and it is Jeff Spangler and his teammate, they did everything. They've done everything. Mercer is only P number 4. They will take home the champ. They will take it home. They will win it. Not only the championship, but also the Indianapolis Insurance. Jeff Spangler brings it to the line. The Madhouse Racing beams off with Rutsalainen solo for P number 3. Carpenter's going to be continuing going, but Aston is not going to give it up yet. Final lap, final corner. It's going to be a track race to the line. Does he have enough momentum? Does he have enough speed? He will hop into the slipstream. They will go to the line, but it's not going to be enough. Smith comes home P5, Rushovic P number 6, as we see Nayade, who comes home P number 19 in the Ford Mustang, and it is going to be then Deluge who will come home in the Porsche P number 20. Then Austin Carpenter in the Aston Martin to make it a double Aston podium. They will have to do everything. Michael will bring it home for Porsche Motorsport. Him and Amelia, amazing debut. They will bring home, unfortunately last, but with a lot of momentum and a lot of learning. Austin Carpenter comes to the line for P number 2 as Arnold 4 laps down, just behind a BMW Porsche P number 12. As actually Cortez P number 13 as well. And then finally, a few more drivers. Coadromo still to come round as we see Andrew Wilson come to the line just there. The 4, the 5, 4, 4, the Rexy, the Coadromo. They have done what they need to do. One and done. Call up the Usos. It's P number 8 as we see Jeffries P number 10. And then that is it.
What a race! I mean, we got the better second half of it, but you know, what a race from everybody. So that's Spangler, Carpenter, and Royce-Salainen, and a congratulations again to Jeff Spangler and Ryan Yee for taking it home. We'll make sure to get these guys into the commentary booth to make sure we get a good interview from them. And yeah, Alexa, sum it up for us. You were here for the majority of it, so yeah, what do you think?
That's how you do a season finale.
It certainly is. I mean, it came down all across.
That's what I have to say. Yeah, like you had the championship to think about, which Jeff Spangler, amazing run, Mercer unable to do enough, and that will give Jeff and his team the championship. And that's going to be unfortunate for Mercer, just not quick enough. Tried to do everything they could, but maybe that key factor, I was talking about it. Smith with the defense holding up Mercer earlier on in that race, like they had that defense against Anton. That may have been a key. I think Smith was one of the biggest factors tonight with that defense, with that major defensive plays he was doing, because that shook up everything when it came down to it. Massive shout out to Ilpo Rutsalainen as well for P number 3, doing this entire thing solo, which is crazy in my eyes. And then, of course, we've also got Austin Carpenter and his team, P number 2, the debut of Amelia and her teammate, of course, in this series. Like, we got her in the box in the final 10 minutes. Great to have a chat with her as well. We had interviews throughout it as well. Ignore it. Ignore the fact it says no. I shall fix that in just a second. But that is one hell of a season finale. It's amazing battles all across the field. And that's why we love racing. Because, like we said earlier, it's not the car, it's the driver. And these drivers tonight proved why round number 6 and Indianapolis, these types of racing can really mix up a field and show a true side to some of these racers.
Absolutely. I'm just trying to get all of the interviews organized. I want to get as many of these drivers as possible, and luckily they're all raring and ready to go. So what I want to do first, I'm going to drag in Ilpo, co-commentator as well, over with Arjen on D2. So let's get Ilpo, who finished the race in E3. Ilpo, the lone wolf, the lone warrior, mate. You've done the entirety of the SRA series on on your own. How do you feel? How sweaty is that back? How ruined is that chair for you?
Yeah, I am very sweaty. Like I got dunked in a pool, but I mean that's how you know you have been doing something.
Well, look, that was awesome. I mean, you managed to go obviously from the disaster that was Paul Ricard to a little bit of a squeaky bum moment there in the final 10 minutes with some of the back markers, but you managed to navigate that through as well. So sum it up for us. How's your endurance done? Gone.
I mean, this went actually much better than I thought. I kind of felt like I didn't have the pace, but I don't know what happened to some of the guys. Like, I'm very curious what happened to the team with Arx and Movo, and, whoever was the third driver, because
Yeah.
I thought I would be fighting them at the end when they were on a slightly different pit strategy, but I don't know where they went. But yeah, I mean, I'm very happy.
Good.
I had a whole lot more pace than I thought.
You
And,
certainly did, mate. And I think you get the advantage, right, of being the only driver in a way. You obviously get the tiredness, but you also know what the car's doing. You know what the track feels like. So, do you think that's an advantage being on your own, or do you think it balances out with the fact that you're
I
in the
think
seat,
it depends. I would say that depends a lot on the person. It's there were moments where I was struggling to stay focused, but it's definitely helpful that I don't have to compromise my setup. I can use whatever I want.
Yeah,
And,
true.
I know exactly how the car feels. I do normally, even when I'm teaming up, I do like at least double stints because I think it's more efficient. Like the first couple of laps after being out of the car are always a little bit slow.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would say generally, it's probably not really an advantage being on your own. Assuming you could find a co-driver who is similarly fast.
He's
of
good
course.
enough. He's good enough.
Right.
Well, look, Ilpo, you've had a monster shift, so we'll let you get away, and we'll go ahead and try and grab Jeff and a few of the others, and let you have a drink, a beer, or whatever you need to relax. But what an awesome season, awesome race. It was a pleasure, and we will see you on Wednesday in the commentary booth.
Yep. All right.
All right,
you.
man. Appreciate it. Take care. Okay, so let's go ahead and bring in the race winners. So let's go ahead and grab Ryan Yee and Jeff Spangler, who I'm sure will be popping champagne and wearing their ski goggles whilst they do it. Ryan, Jeff, you are the champions. Congratulations. What a race as well, but what a season.
All right, Jeff, go ahead.
You're supposed to say yeah.
Yeah.
No, we were joking that Ryan was just going to give answers, but I talk too much and he didn't talk enough. But yeah, well, wow, what a season. We had so much fun. Ryan doesn't drive a whole lot anymore, so I just really cherish these races and the time we spent together. But yeah, no, we had a lot of fun. We needed a couple things to go our way this race, and thankfully nothing really bad happened, and we got the break that we needed. So yeah, heck of a race. Tons of fun. Just enough weather to make it interesting.
Just enough, yeah. Just a little sprinkle of rain in the second half of the race, so we didn't catch on the stream the first half, but seemed pretty. Ryan, you seemed pretty good on with the wet tires. That didn't seem to bother you. Sorry, with the wet track, didn't seem to bother you at all.
No, that's one of my favorite things in this game, just driving in the rain.
Weird, but that's
very
fine. I won't take that
comfortable
away from you. Yeah, that's
I
really
did also
cool.
end up dragging those tires onto our double stints as well, because they're still fine at the end.
Oh, okay. Oh, awesome. Wow. Okay. Well, that's even more impressive, to be honest with you.
Yeah, so he took it. He pitted for fuel, and took it. And we took it down to about an hour, and then put me back in the car. So I had fresh tires for the last hour, and I think everybody else was doing their stint and a half at that point. We had enough of a cushion. Well, we had enough of a cushion that we could afford to do that, and I didn't have to drive like an hour and a half because I was tired.
Always.
Getting old. And yeah, so major props to Ryan for doing that, and then I could just kind of cruise for the last hour or so. Yeah, that big pack at the end was something else, man. And
That
we were
was
just praying that we were praying that Ilpo would get through it safely this time.
Oh,
I know he's had at least 2
didn't.
races where he's been taken out towards the end. So thank you, Ilpo.
Yeah, Ilpo managed to keep it. You know, maybe owes you owe him a beer or two to keep that together. I think because that was a messy little grid. Alexa, did you have any questions for these guys?
Yeah, how the heck do you get so quick? I'm jealous. No, seriously. Of course, good race overall. Up at the front quite a bit. Champions. How do you think you're going to be going into this one? Are you going to be teammates again going into the next season of Endurance, or what's really the plan going from here?
We'll see if I can coax Ryan back onto the track. That would be nice if we did. But if not, we were talking before we came here. The first endurance race that the 2 of us did with SRA, we've been doing a lot of endurance races for a number of years, was the SRA 1K celebration at Indy. And so, if this is it, then it's fitting that we were able to finish at this track and win the championship. So, yeah, we had a lot of fun.
Fun is the most important part of it. You know, if you're not having fun in it anymore, there's no point in doing it. So we're glad you're still having fun.
Absolutely.
So, how are you feeling for Kota as well, going into Kota next week?
I haven't done any laps yet, so we'll have to get on that tomorrow.
Yep, and I'm not in Team
Yeah.
Series, so I don't have to worry.
Yeah,
about it.
yeah, right.
Well,
So yeah, we'll see how that goes.
awesome. Guys, any shout outs? Come on, this is your moment now. I know you've had plenty of them, but this is your crowning achievement. You know, God,
Ryan,
friends,
you can
family,
go
all that
first.
business.
Oh boy. Shout out mom and dad.
Mum and dad, solid, yeah.
Mom and dad.
I just
Shout
want
out
to
Dawson.
thank. Oh yes.
Dawson Campbell, the goat. Shout out. None of you guys know him.
Say who the heck is that?
This is a clip I'm sending to him afterwards.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, shout out the rest of Madhouse as well. Sorry to cut you off again.
No worries, man. Yeah, definitely. Shout out to Madhouse. Yeah, I just thank everybody. This is the last race of the series. Thanks everybody that came out for one race, for more than one race. We really appreciate it. I had a great time working with Curtis to make this thing happen, and everybody else that, of course, makes it happen as well. Al, you guys commentating, Bailey, Koa, Dan, a bunch of other people that worked on stewarding and other admin duties as well. So I think we learned a lot with this season, and I believe we'll be back for another one. So we hope to make it an even better experience for this great community.
Well, you know, we know now to apply the bops. That's one lesson learned. We're always learning, so that's all good. But guys, congratulations again. Thank you so much for hanging with us, and yeah, go and enjoy it. Go and rest in your victory, and maybe wipe off a bit of the sweat as well.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Cheers, guys. I'll let you work your way out because there's 2 of you and it's too much coordination.
We got it. Take care.
Nice one. Cheers, guys.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
And Alexa, you get the pleasure of interviewing, as they want to be known as Amos, Movo and Co. So I'm going to bring them in now for you. There's Movo and...
Amos and Company have arrived.
Movo and Co, eh? I like
Oh
it.
shoot.
Was it you and
Oh,
Anton, or
Amos's
was
name
it...
is
Who else am I
also-
missing?
Arced.
Where's Arc? Yeah.
Bring him in. There we go.
Oh god, my name.
All right, guys.
Yeah.
What a race.
Quite eventful.
Hello, Anton, Movo, and Co.
There we go.
Oh my God, we don't all fit in on this.
Arced and Amos's name don't.
We all
I-
don't fit in on this.
Sorry for the
Front
name.
and center.
Hang on. I've got a solution. I've got a very temporary solution. I'll see if this works.
Jay's pulling out all the stops.
Yeah. Oh no, Alexa, you're already. Oh no, I've got no stops left to make. That's it. Damn.
What a shame.
We just don't.
Yeah, I already did a little bit of jittering about. Well, Anton, Movo, and Co. Welcome in. How was that finale for all of you? I shall let you figure out between yourselves who's going to answer what.
All right, let's let the spectators of the race talk first. So Amos and Ark, you guys can go first.
Oh.
and talk about what it was like in the seat.
Well, after Anton wrecked in lap 1, it was a comeback
Okay,
from
I
there.
didn't wreck. I didn't wreck. It was my
You
first
went
lap
off the
on.
track.
Yeah.
After that, it was a comeback the whole time. Unfortunately, the pace is difficult in an Aston. And we gave we gave Ark some pretty bad tires. But it was fun. It was fun to be a part of. I guess for me, it was getting to be a part of a D1 team, so that's pretty cool. But definitely not
Ooh,
the pace
D1?
as Anton does.
You got it right. I'm in the Division 1 team with you both, so
True.
I'm from Division 2. Remember that?
Yeah.
Do you want Ark to win?
But yeah, went into it thinking, yeah, I'll do one stint and I'll do these other guys handle it. So give it to Ark to do 2 other stints, and as well as Anton.
Yeah, well, speaking of arcs, speaking of stints and all that, what was it like out there for all of you? Because obviously you were talking about the Aston, and you have to run only one setup. Was there any like driving difficulties, like trying to get used to the setup? What was the process going through with all of you and finding the right setup for you all?
I think Amos was the only one who changed the setup for himself. That's all I'm gonna say.
I changed the TC settings. That's about it.
Yeah, the only difference between all three of us was the TC. I think Ark and I stayed on 1.8. Amos felt that 3.6 was better. I mean, listen, if it works for you,
More
it works for you,
comfortable.
right?
Maybe
Yeah.
not. It was...
So the only we used the quality setup. So I assume that's why we had significant front right grading. I think the wear was at 0.86. It was used for one stint. But yeah, it was you could tell a lot of preparation was put in, especially by me going off in the grass. I think it was turn 3, lap 1. But I mean, listen, the 6-hour race. I mean, we did it for fun. Joined the endurance season halfway through. It took Amos along, so we're AAA Motorsport now. Yeah, I mean, setup was not ideal, but it was fun.
Yeah, and you were talking about it just there. AAA Motorsport, is this going to be a thing that sticks around? Are we going to see you all once again in a team going into the next series, which from what I'm understanding is potentially in the works?
I hope so.
To
Up
be
to you guys, right?
determined. To be
To be
determined.
determined.
I'm willing to, so
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, who knows?
yeah, if we can stick together, it would be nice. Good fun.
Yeah.
Well, guys, get your shout outs done. Who you got to thank for supporting you through the season, as always?
I mean,
I'll
we
start.
only did 2 races, not like we did a full season. So
Yeah. I want to shout out my teammates, first of all. Second of all, I want to shout out my girlfriend because on demand, I asked for a bottle of water and I chugged it while driving down the pit lane. And
Head
then
scratches and all.
the head scratches and everything. I needed to relax. Double stinting at Indianapolis is not the move. It is very, very tough on the body. So
Yeah, GG for that. The strategy call and all that.
G-
Shout out
Very
to
much.
everybody. Shout out to SRA and the streamers.
Yep, I echo this. Good
Thank
stuff.
you very much. Appreciate it. As
Yeah.
well.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, guys.
Indeed.
Look, congratulations. Well done. Where does that place you? Where does that mean you finish in the series? You know yet?
Sure,
It's
I
a
don't know.
fresh team, right? So it's like, if this is
No,
the
we
fresh
got 2
Oh,
races.
is it? Is it a fresh
Yeah.
team? Oh, I see. Well, look, good effort anyway, and
That's okay.
we'll see where you
Cheers.
come out next season. All right.
Indeed. Thank you.
Cheers,
See ya.
thank you
Cheers,
guys.
guys.
Thank
We'll
you,
let you
Alex and
guys get your way
Thank
out
you for
because
the
there's too many of you for me to kick out.
Appreciate it.
Cheers, man.
Thank you.
And the most, the most prestigious interview coming up next with Doug Mitchell and Evan Kim. Let me drag them both in.
Whoop, whoop.
Oh, I was about to assign a role to Doug. I don't know why it lets me assign roles to Doug, but there we go. Anyway, Doug. Let me bring Evan in. Doug and Evan, you're live. Please hold all your language. And guys, congratulations.
Congrats for what?
You finished the season. Talk us through it. How has it gone as the inaugural SRA season? Your first pairing up, well, for this as well. You're going to stay teammates for season 2?
Evan and I are inseparable. And this time we had the coach on our team as well. And
where is the coach? I wanted to bring him in, but I can't see him.
Yeah, he's gone for the night. He's sleepy. He's got to get his restful sleep to produce his triple stint gloves in mass. But yeah, our threesome was very chill. The vibes were immaculate, and all 3 of us liked driving the Lexus. So what's not to like?
I mean, it's a match made in heaven, right? Are you going to pick a Lexus again for next season as well? Alexi?
We were talking about the M6. We were talking about the Ryder. We were talking about the V12.
Oh yeah, the V12. I mean, I back that from a commentator's point of view. I think we should just have a V12 series, to be honest. I mean, it would be great.
Yeah, or we set the entire series up and then we are last minute entry in the M2.
Perfect.
Could happen.
There we go.
That's great.
Could happen.
Well, look, great effort anyway. Talk us through that race in particular, because Doug, you had a very fascinating battle with. Now I'm trying to really remember now. It was
Koedromo,
right? Yeah. So how was that for you?
Well, the car felt like complete crap, so we were just trying to manage it. I had torched the tires, so we were just hemorrhaging places, and Koedromo was right for the taking. And basically, I told the guys, I was like, I'm not going to let Koedromo take this without a fight. So, obviously, him being an SRA alien, it was tall order. But I just kept the car on the apex, and luckily the Lexus had some long legs compared to the Porsche, and we made it work for a while. But then, #blame Martin. He joined the VC, distracted me, and that's when Ilpo entered the equation also, and ultimately Koedromo was able to sneak by. #blame Martin.
#blame. It's always that guy, isn't it? But
Tell me about it, man. He's the worst.
I think Evan. You can agree. Doug did you proud with that defensive effort. What felt like an hour.
Oh, absolutely. It was an absolute blast to watch. We were just giggling, knowing Koa he had to have been so frustrated.
He was fuming. I could tell. He was definitely fuming with some of those moves.
Doug did a great job at keeping it on the line. I said, as long as you don't, mess up in the corner and get a bad exit, there's nothing he can do. Yeah, he just kept hitting apexes and ripping down the straight. So it was fun to watch.
It was beautiful, mate. Very good. I hope you can take that form into the team series as well, Doug.
I'll just park it on the apex and let it ride. That's the dream.
Well, guys, look, get your shouts outs out of the way as well. I know that it's not a victory, but it's still, a great performance and the end of the inaugural SRA Endurance Series. So, who have you got to thank for helping you through it the whole way?
I think we finished in the top 5 of the open class, and that was a very stacked class. So I think we can be proud about that.
100%.
Absolutely. We had some ups. We had a couple downs, but more ups than downs. Big shout out to Coach, and big shout out to all the rest of the participants. It was a really fun season. I had a great time. It's nice having these kind of pre-scheduled and something we can look forward to. It's a fun time running endurance races. I think it's an interesting aspect, bringing in the teamwork. With the team series, of course you have a teammate, but just kind of locking in with the boys and kind of the social aspect of the endurance races, with it being a little bit more relaxed. I think it's a really good addition for the league and kind of the community we got going. So
locking in with the boys, you heard it here first. Well, guys, look, congratulations on your position in the end. Congratulations on the race, and good luck in the team series for both of you. And let's see what you can do next season in the M4 or the M6 or the V12.
One of many options, but thank you to you both for the commentating, and enjoy the rest of your night, everybody.
Thank you so much. Take care. Bye bye.
Thank you.
So, Alexa, that was a heck of a race. We got through the interviews eventually. Thank you for everybody for sticking with us. Yeah, that's season 1 done and wrapped up and done. So, yeah, it's 5 a.m. or almost 5 a.m. Are you ready for bed?
No, because Suzuka's on at 7.
Suzuka's on. Oh yeah, you're right. Do we make it all night? Is it 7? I think it's 6 actually.
Is it 6?
I think the race starts at 6. Anyway, but yes, guys,
Anyway,
thank you so much for signing off what has been a fantastic end of the season. We will join you back. Alexa will be commenting on my fantastic driving skills on Tuesday night, and then I will be commenting on D6, the best division in SRA, and that's for our team series, and that is Tuesday and Wednesday at 9 p.m. Streams go up at the same time with a wonderful array of our commentators. But from me, Jay Queasy.
And from me, Alexa Marshall.
Oh, that was perfect. That was so seamless. I love that. We will catch you all in a few days. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.